We're going to just test it live.
We'll do it live.
All right, that seemed to have peaked a little bit there. Of course. Yeah, I got to adjust that camera. Okay. 1 sec.
How are people in your chat if your video isn't even live?
There we are. Slight adjustments to the left.
Camera looks more centered. Can see the full table. That's good. See both the players. Hey, anyone in chat? We're just doing some testing.
Yeah, right now we're still waiting. There's still people lined up for deck registration and everything, which should be moving pretty fast.
Oh, now I can see the room. Yeah, just leave it there. Yeah, don't show the board. We'll just... I can hear us on the stream. That's good. Once he gets the camera up, everything else should be okay.
Hey, Levo, what's up?
I think the camera looks good. I think, yeah, it's pretty well centered.
Looks really well there.
You can see both sides, so yeah. I think the camera setup's good.
I don't know. Is the audio on the stream okay?
Travis.
Is the audio okay on there?
Let me double listen, but I thought it sounded okay.
That's Travis. See, said he was going to check it.
Yeah, I think it sounds fine. I can hear us both clearly.
He says yes, it sounds fine. He can hear both of us clearly.
Perfect. Cool. Okay. So, again, Twitch dashboard's here. The restream is being run through this paper space thing.
Okay.
Again, the notepad tabs are all just right here.
Can you put Ghoul on the mic really quick if he's able to?
Sir.
I don't think there's any... What's up, Travis?
If it's possible, and if it's too late or too much of a hassle, don't worry about it. But the round timer is rather large at the top. If there's a way to make that a little smaller, because it's taken up a decent chunk of that part of the playmat, but it's not a huge deal.
The round and the timer are what they are. I can't edit that.
Okay, that's fine. Just thought I'd mention it.
So,
all good then.
We'll try to
I think it looks good, and I think we're ready to roll.
Oh, nope, that's not what I want. Actually, let's put this back in studio mode, so I can edit this without all my goofs being shown to the stream. we go.
I assume Kendall knows how to run everything, so.
Yeah, I've got it set up where it's pretty good.
I'm guessing they're not going to start around 10, given how empty the place looked.
No, the reason it looks empty is because there's a line around the side of the building for registration right now, sort of.
So we won't be starting at 10.
No, we will probably not be starting at 10 now. So
Gotcha.
you will be, yeah. All right. So I think that's good. The stream itself looks good. So just a reminder to you, I guess, all chat will hear this too, but if the video feed goes down, Travis should still come in loud and clear.
Okay, so I should still be able to see it on my end.
You will not see the actual game feed. If it goes down, it goes down on that front. But the stream will always be live as long as you're in. You should be able to, because the stream is running on a remote PC.
Gotcha. Okay, so they'll still be able to hear my voice.
So they'll still be able to hear you. They'll still see the overlay. They just might lose the video feed to what's going on.
Well, knock on wood, that doesn't happen.
Fingers crossed. I don't imagine that'll be an issue, but I did that. I set it up this way to kind of hedge our bets on that. It also means we can have kind of multiple people connecting to the PC and dealing with stuff. So, trying to think if there's anything else that I need to do, and I don't think there really is.
I mean, it's set up. You got the overlay. They can hear us. So yeah, unless I'm assuming as long as you're fine just letting it run live right now. That'd be the only other thing is if you wanted to cut it off till right before it starts. But
nah, I'll just let it go. So. Also,
good luck,
thanks for the good luck, Lulanda.
Yeah, good luck today.
So, we're there. I should have the go live video on YouTube, literally as of right now, which is funny.
I'll put out the links on the Facebook and everything. I'll advertise for it. Oh, actually, it looks like FFTCG NA just put out a link.
Scheduled. This is scheduled. Today's the 24th.
Today's the 24th of June. Yes.
Well, that is not going up on the right date then, so we're going to go ahead and make that no longer private. So that's fine. Publish now. Okay, cool. Go live video should. Okay, cool. Go live video is up. So YouTube should be there. Sounds like FFTCG has it on their end. I believe we are good to go.
Most excellent.
So I guess I get to chill out a little bit.
Yeah, good. Go take that rest. prep for your actual tourney.
I am slightly underprepared for this tourney, but that's fine.
You're also trying to run this at the same time, so.
Yeah, I also accidentally. I meant to be here like an hour earlier than I was. It's like, okay, let's. I even brought I was supposed to have a second webcam for the room, but did not have access to use it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the laptop that I'm using to stream only has USB-C, meaning I only have one dongle to attach and did not bring a USB splitter.
Mm.
I was going to have a second camera kind of in the corner for like the actual room itself while things were going on, but that's not going to work, unfortunately. So it's going to be just kind of a relatively simple stream setup with just one camera, which is fine.
It's got to be some weight off your shoulders, though, knowing like, hey, it's not like you got to do well today so you can qualify. It's like you're already set for that.
Yeah.
I know you still want to do well, of course, but
I'm playing something pretty spicy. You've seen it.
Oh, I've seen it. I hope we get to see it on stream.
Maybe I'll cheat and go on stream for round one.
Right? I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone's going to complain about that.
I think we're probably going to have, rather than like, we're going to try to have like table, like I think it's 8 or so, or table 15. Somewhere like in 8 to 15 range will be the stream table. That way We get to rotate a bunch of people through.
Yeah.
And it should always be a relatively good match. It's like on the bubble that like should matter. That's the goal.
Yeah. Yeah, and you don't want to just see the same. What was that one? Was it the last year Texas one where like the same guy was on like 3 straight rounds in a row in Swiss?
Yeah, or even just San Diego where it was just water the tourney because it was table 1 the whole time.
Right? Water versus water, and here's more water. Oh, look at that, more water.
So it should be a little more diverse because of that, and it's not going to be like. It's a lot easier to get people to play on stream if it's not opt-in. You just say, well, table 8's a stream table. Sorry, that's just how it is. A lot of people don't like playing on stream.
I would love to play on stream.
All right.
Excuse me.
That's good. All right. I will leave you. Oh, have I modded you? It should be.
I thought I was from a past time, but you can double check to be sure.
Already a moderator of this channel. You're good. Cool.
Excellent.
So that means we have at least 2 mods that should always have an eye on chat, which is good. All right.
Go take a break, sir. You've earned it.
Yep. Now I got to go do my proper registration and stuff.
Yeah. Do you have any idea about time you think they will start if there's still a big old line?
Probably 15, 20 minutes or so.
Okay. So hopefully before 10:30.
Yeah. I should go find Kendall and explain one thing real quick.
All right, anyone in chat? I'll be right back.
should be able to hear me. They are currently doing announcements right now before the round pairings. They're trying to set everything up and get everything started by hopefully 11 o'clock. Hello, everyone. Looks like we have 2 players setting up, shuffling now.
All right. Looks like we are getting ready to roll here, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Excellent. For those of you watching in chat, my name is Travis Pfeiffer. I will be your lead commentator for the day, also backed up by Mr. Kendall himself, also doing all of our in-store stuff and our overlays. So, Kendall, happy to have you here.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the introduction. I appreciate that. Hopefully, I'll be able to, get players' names, and if there's any, like kerfuffles on stream or any, we'll be able to handle those swiftly and efficiently.
Yeah, we will do our best to figure it out. Do we know who is playing currently?
I have asked for those names, so I believe they are bringing them to me now.
Excellent, most excellent. The person on the right is wearing a watch on their left wrist. That much is visible, and we've got a striped shirt on the left side. So we got stripes versus watch currently.
Oh, so these are our streams? Okay.
Tell your friends, tell your loved ones, we're about to begin a day of Final Fantasy trading card game in Texas at, let me make sure I get this name accurate. It is Lone Star Pack Breaks. Is that correct? I think it is. And we are shuffling up and getting ready for our first round. Get our names as soon as we're given the information. We've got some nice Glaciella Master Sleeves on the left side. I do see a Mist Dragon on the bottom of the right player's deck, so one card confirmed for the element Earth.
Oh, yes. So it looks like for our first round, we will have Sergio Garcia on the left versus Drew Renfro, a local here, on the right.
Nice. Sergio versus Drew. Most excellent. Sergio, I'm guessing, has those at least double sleeved given how thick they look. Stripes versus Watch, a battle as old as time. You nailed it, Chris. Well, I see Warrior of Light and Alexa in Drew's hand, so I'm guessing this is Soiree with that lovely Warrior of Light mix. Sergio maybe on Mono Water. I think I saw the Ico back up. There's a little fist bump, and looks like we're getting ready to begin. So here we go for Texas. Howdy, y'all. Let's go. We're going to pitch Sildra for Ico. Wonder if we'll go fetch out another. So just get all the Sildra out of the deck. Oh, Fender. Okay. So this might be similar to the list we saw at the Australian that won the Australian Melbourne Cup, which was basically mono water, but just enough earth to give it a little bit of a splash with things like Une, Garnet, and of course we can get our earth colors off the Princess Sarah. So possibly a list like that. We know Drew at least has Lexa in the starting hand. Is he going just right in for the Mana Metal? Pretty safe against water. Water tends to not have a ton of that. Yep, looks like he pitched. Did he have double amber? Yeah, I think he had double amber. Nice start there. We'll presumably go search out Shinju if we don't have it. Get our colors fixed. Yep, there she is. And if we can get Shinju down this turn, we're all set up to just put Lexa down on curve next turn. Do we have another Earth source? I would hope so. I mean, we could have pitched something else besides the other Amber and then saved that for our Earth for the Shinju. He has the Warrior of Light, of course, so you could always throw that out. Is he putting both Lexa and Shinju down now? Looked like he was considering throwing out 2 cards there. No, just stops the pass. Says, we'll just start with Amber. That's enough for now. Okay, never mind. So maybe this is more Earth Water than I thought. I thought maybe this was just Mono Water, but here comes our Rydia backup summoner. Rydia will allow us to search out a job summoner as well as a summon, but the summon and the summoner have to be different elements. So maybe we get a Yuna if we're running that. I already see 2 Earth cards. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know if we have Yuna in here. So looks like we got Braska. Okay, so we've got a little fire in here as well. So we're basically going super summoners. I can't see what the card is behind Braska. Maybe that's a Sildra. Glare's a little heavy. But I think it was Braska and Sildra, but again, not 100% sure on the card behind the Braska. That Braska, of course, will let us turn any summon in our hand into a 7,000 damage ping. Very good against Madame Edel. Not so good against the other Soirees when Edel is on the field. He does have Lexa, and are we playing Thornton? So he pitched Lexa and Vesvia. Okay, play Cecil. Presumably we'll get a free... Oh my gosh, Warrior Light. We're actually saying, nope, forget the backup plan. I don't want to go against your deck later. Let's just go ahead and smack you around right now. So here comes Warrior of Light. And we hit a Zidane into damage. Here comes Edel. Hit a Une. Double... hit the old double multi-element cards. So maybe this is actually just kind of a Warrior of Light build. If the Zidane's in there as well. First I thought it was Mono Water with a splash of Earth. Then I thought it was Earth Water, but given the Zidane, I'm assuming this is just kind of like a Warrior of Light Rydia build, but using the Rydia backup instead of the forward. Here comes Shantoto. Yep. Ooh, that didn't last long. Man, so, that's the trouble of going wide like that early, right? Is that unless you've got Amaterasu in hand, which looks like we don't, the instant punish with the Shantoto. I do understand the appeal of the Cecil Warrior of Light play, but man, when you know your opponent's on Earth, like I feel like I would have rather taken the time to at least carve out to 3, the Lexa and hopefully we still got the Shinju as well. Maybe if they're on like Ice or Lightning, you're not as worried about it, that board wipe, but you know that not the Tarotaro, what are they called in 11? The Lalafell. No. Yeah, they're called the Tarotaro. Lalafell's 14. You know that Tarotaro is always just waiting in the wings to come down and clean your board up. So Sergio's got to be feeling pretty good right now. Drew definitely needs a bit of a reset. He either needs to just keep his foot on the gas and try to put more pressure now that the Toto is gone, or take this time, get out your Shinju, maybe get out Lexa if you still have one. Gets rid of Shinju. It's going to Mist Dragon the Break Zone. Draws into Elvis. That's it. Huh. Okay. I hate to see him throw Shinju out. Like, that's your... I don't know if he's got another one in hand. Looks like maybe he does, or maybe he drew it off the Mist Dragon. Yeah, I don't know if he was digging for something there, or if, I guess maybe he was worried about the recursion from Sergio's side. Sergio will happily take the time to discard Lulu, put out Tyro. Tyro will search us out any forward from our deck, as well as produce CP of any element that we desire, even that lovely light and dark. Yep, we've got the round number at the top, as well as the timers, so you'll always be able to see. And because I looked away at chat, okay, he searched out the Rosa.
Yep, and just to step in here real quick, we are going to look after this round to see if we can't fix some of the glare issues for the left-hand player.
Always appreciated, but don't go overboard with it, because I know sometimes it's just hard to get that clean look sometimes, especially with the lights. Looks like, are we paying 7? He pitched a lot of cards. Okay, paid a Thoradin. How many cards did he throw out there? It looked like he threw out a whole, unless he was like preemptively discarding something for something else he's going to play. We got a nice promo Madame Edel. Ooh, wouldn't mind having one of those cards. She looks good in the full art. Sadly, I haven't seen a promo in a while. Edel can get us back the Shinju, the Vesvia. Vesvia is only going to draw one card currently, if that comes out. I'm guessing we are going in on the Edel. Yep. We could even get Lexa. I believe Lex is still in there. Lexa nice too because it means summons can't target the Edel. But yeah, Shinju is our color fixer. Shinju will come down. Edel is back on the board, this time supported by two of her other faithful Soiree members. And but she's not gonna be much against this Warrior of Light. As we'll tap the Rydia for Earth, Aiko for Water, and Shantoto and Tyro can fill Fire, Wind in any order they desire. First point of damage, it is Fusoya. And can we curve out to 5? Yes, we can. There we go. Princess Sarah. Not sure what color he would make it here. He's pretty fixed on his colors. Maybe he would... usually Wind is a common choice, but... And he puts out... I'm not sure what that card is. Is that Tros, maybe? I feel like I see a little bit of an octopus head, but... a bit difficult to tell there. He paid... Let's see. He tapped one... He pitched the Sarah too. Oh, is it Rosa? It's probably Rosa. And this way, Warrior of Light can essentially just finish off whatever he wants. Which he could have done that turn. He could have immediately pinged the Edel, Rosa reactivate. Well, he would have had to dull it first. So I guess, yeah, he's just going to wait till his opponent's turn. But I don't think you're too concerned about haste coming out here. Merrill isn't fully online yet anyway. Either way, Drew will put down a Tyro, do his own search. He's going to get a Cecil. The Cecil tax is very nice against something like Warrior of Light. That every time he wants to 5k ping you, you're going to make him spend another 2 CP. I mean, I wonder if we still have that Elvis in turn from earlier. Or did he throw that out? Elvis would be a pretty... Do we have enough to... No, we don't have enough to get rid of the Wool. We could get rid of the Rosa, though. Yeah, see, otherwise it's just... Now we start the Rosa Wall triggers, so Wall will dull itself, deal 5,000 damage to Madame Edel. Rosa reactivates Wall, just allowing him to do it a second time. And essentially, as long as those two are on the field together, this is just going to happen turn after turn after turn. So Sergio's got to feel like he's in a pretty good spot here. Here comes Rosa. Ooh, double Fusoya. Wow. It's like looking in a mirror. Third Fusoya? Shantoto. Yeah, Drew wouldn't have been too sad to see that one. It would have locked out our Elvis, of course, and Lexa, but we could have at least cleaned this board up. Assuming Sergio doesn't have a fire card in hand. Well, thank you, Zach. I appreciate that. So Drew, what can Drew do here? So obviously our key Soiree cards could be really big, right? Elvis to currently it would be 9k, but if we could also get, I don't know, maybe Lex out first, followed by Elvis, followed by Merrill, we can break one forward outright. We can blast something with the Elvis. Now, granted, Sergio has a fully untapped backup line, so surely he has some summon of some sort, whether it's a Mist Dragon or an Amaterasu. So we're going to try for the Cecil. Warrior of Light for free? No response? Do we have Amaterasu? I mean, the sad part is, too, yeah, we can just... well, okay, so he left his backup line open, so we can ping off... No, he just takes the damage. I can't quite see what that was at hit into damage, but... He could have pinged with the Warrior of Light, reactivated Rosa, pinged again. Yeah, he would have had to... He'd gotten taxed twice, but... Nope, he'd rather do Sildra. That's why. He's like, I don't really care about that. More interested in the Sildra, which will let us search out. We could either search out some dead backups just so we can discard, or something. What else could we get off the Sildra? Une is, of course, a great one. If we run any of the other water-earth combinations, a Sophie would be quite nice. Sophie would be fully online at 10,000 power here. Looks like we get Furion. Nice. Furion and whatever card that is behind him. Whew. Yeah, that glare can be rough sometimes. Yeah, that's true. We also could have just used Rose on Warrior of Light, given it 1,000 power, and just blocked. Which, granted, I guess we could always then dull our own Warrior of Light in response, and they still would have ended up trading. So I don't know. I guess we just weren't interested in that. Looks like Sergio did just draw Amaterasu, which is going to put a stop to anything our opponent wants to do. As a matter of fact, we could use it on the Cecil tax, so we could ping the Warrior of Light, go to combat, declare an attack, get the attack on the stack, ping the Warrior of Light, then on the Cecil trigger, actually just hit it with Amaterasu, and then of course you reactivate Rosa, ping the Warrior of Light again, and this entire board is gone, and it cost you 3 backups and a card in hand, so... And Sergio's got a pretty large hand, so surely he's got a lot of options here. Looks like maybe a Fusoya. He's tapping all 5, which should get us all 4 colors, because we have... Again, I don't know what color the Princess Sarah is, but we at least have Water, Earth, presuming the Sarah is like Wind, and then we can just tap the other 2 for whatever we want. So this should be all 4 effects for Fusoya. Which, if I'm not mistaken, I believe in this order he'll draw a card, he'll get a summon back from his break zone, he'll choose a character opponent controls and returns it to hand, and then he'll get to choose any forward on the field and put it on top of its owner's deck. Some people will put their own Fusoya there to kind of continue the cycle over and over again. Of course, anything he targets on Drew's field will get taxed by the Cecil, even if he targets a backup. But yeah, surely he has a lot of summons. Yeah, it looks like they're asking the judge right now just kind of how this is going to work. So technically, it's all one Fusoya effect. I guess maybe they were asking too, does that trigger Cecil twice? So he will target Cecil. He pitched cards from hand, yep, to pay the Cecil tax. Warrior of Light went to the top of the deck. Or did he put Cecil on top of the deck too? Only one of them should have gone to the top of the deck, right? Or did he do something else? He kind of put him off screen. Okay, there's the Cecil. And there's Tyro. There's our first bonus burst. So Warrior of Light must have gone to hand. It looked like he put it off to the side there, but yeah, only one should have gone. So I'm guessing he put the Warrior of Light in hand. Unless it got removed somehow. That was just so strange. Either way, so Tyro will let us we can get another Warrior of Light if we want. Not as strong when your opponent has the Rosa Warrior of Light. You could get Meryl. See, Meryl doesn't have enough Soiree currently to burst or to break something outright. I mean, I guess maybe if we're running like, no, not even Shadow Lord does a whole lot here. Titan, everything's too big.
Right, so I asked about the Fusoya play, and Warrior of Light went to hand, Cecil went to top of deck.
Okay. Well, maybe I need to get my eyes checked then, because it looked like he put it towards the side, but I clearly did not see correctly. Go with Axstar. Not a bad one. Now, the only burst we have to trigger is Tyro, but we essentially, Axstar would equate to search out a Brave Exvius character and then search out a forward. Assuming Sergio doesn't have, but I think we saw Sergio have Amaterasu in hand. So I'll be very surprised if that Axstar actually resolves. But in theory, a good one to get. I mean, the whole Rydia Rosa Warrior of Light package is always difficult to deal with, but I think Drew would be in a better spot if he had taken his time earlier, because he had the Shinju and the Lexa in hand. Like, he could have taken his time and curved out. Did we just discard 3 and pass for turn? Or did we cast something there? I saw 3 cards go to the break zone. Again, I can't really tell what those cards are because of the glare, but... There's a cryo at least. And he still has 5. Man, we might have just discarded 3 for hand size and pass. Oh my. You know you're in a good spot when you're just like, discard 3. Go ahead, take your turn. You're doing pretty well if you're in that position. Yeah, if Drew had taken that time to set up those backups that he had, like, you know, it's one thing when you don't see them, right? And you're kind of forced to go aggressive. Like, well, I got nothing else. I guess I'll try to go aggressive. But he had the opportunity. And of course, if Sergio didn't have the Shantoto, maybe this would be a different story as well. But he did have that Toto and punished immediately. I know Ghoul will appreciate the gift subs in the chat, so thank you for doing those. Yeah, you always hate to call one before it's over, but I'm just not sure how Drew could possibly get out of this. Again, pretty much knowing Sergio has that, I assume he still has that Amaterasu in hand. And Drew is looking at death next turn. Our own Shantoto would clear the board up. Hoping Sergio doesn't have the Amat. He's like, let me check this Rosa. Something like a Hecaton Kyre isn't going to do it. Even the Rosa won't die. She'll keep herself alive. I guess you could go 2 Hecaton Kyres and hope Sergio doesn't have a Mist Dragon. It'd be very expensive. We'll pitch Tyro. Tap 3. Is it Hecaton? Yep. So, okay, so there's the first one. Rosa presumably will keep herself alive. There's not really a reason to keep Fusoya alive. He's already done his job. Rosa will give herself 1,000 power. So if we've got one more, do we have a second Hecaton Kyre? Oh man, we're trying to do the double Heka. No, okay. Now we go to X-Star. Huh. So presumably target Tyro is our only EX burst for X-Star to copy, as well as go search out a Brave Exvius character. Does Sergio have a Amaterasu to respond to this? Now, granted, they are 2 separate auto abilities, so he'll only be able to cancel 1. And we do still have Tyro up, so we could keep Axstar alive, but then presumably that means he'll just die on the next turn. Looks like Sergio's going to let it resolve. So either he doesn't have the Amat or he just doesn't feel the need to use it on this card. Although if Drew has nothing in hand, I mean, is there really a reason to save it? Do you just stop it dead and say, too bad? Because even if he still gets to search out 1 and he saves the Axstar with the Tyro, like, that doesn't really do much for him. He won't be able to play the new card he gets. Unless he has a hand and I just can't see it on the screen. So presumably describing right now, I'm guessing he's using Axstar's ability to search out a Brave Exvius character on Madame Edel, and then we'll use Tyro to get a non-Brave Exvius forward. There's Merrill. Usually one of Soiree's greatest hopes, but I mean, Merrill will get haste, so you can haste into a first strike Warrior of Light. That's not going to be so great. The Tyro will keep the... No, it won't even keep... the Tyro doesn't actually matter here, because you still attack with Warrior of Light, ping it, or stand it back up with the Rosa, ping it again. The Tyro 2k pump is irrelevant, and any straight removal on it will also... I'm guessing that's Zidane, since he revealed his hand. He says, yep, go ahead and keep that. And here comes Furion as well. Yeah, this one's looking over. Sergio's got 2 extra attackers this turn. There's no no burst in the world that would save us here. And there's a Kieran. And we'll just go ahead and let Furion go in, draw a card, and take it away. A final sad Kusith into the damage, just as a reminder of what could have been. And Sergio cleans that one up pretty handily. Drew looking very sad on stream. Yeah, the Shantoto really bit you bad, man. Again, if he didn't have that, maybe the aggression could have worked out, but I would have been curious to see what this would have looked like if he'd have taken the time with the backups. Because Merrill especially is such a great answer to Warrior of Light. You know, Warrior of Light is such a huge body at 10k that again if Elvis is the third Soiree, that's not enough to take out Warrior of Light. But Merrill just says, I don't care. Bye. He's showing off his deck box there as well. I don't know what character that's from. That's very funny. So yeah, I mean, again, would it still have been enough? I don't know, because the Warrior of Light, Rydia deck, Rosa combo, Une, all that, clearly very, very strong. But Soiree's no slouch either. Plenty EX burst potentially as well. So if we'd have curved down those backups, might have had a chance. But of course, we will never know until Drew is very proud of his deck box. Sergio, congratulations to you. He's not too shabby with his own deck box full of stickers of, can't tell what those stickers are, but in between rounds here, we are going to try to see if we can't adjust some of the glare. We'll see what we can do, but don't go anywhere. Stick around and we'll just see what we can work out here. That match took about 21 minutes. So there's still about 8 minutes left in the round as a whole.
Alright, hopefully that's a little better for the camera stuff. Oh, so we're still bumping out and messing with it a little bit.
All right, so that is time in the round. We have hit our 30-minute mark. So if all of our games are finished up, we'll be switching over to the round 2. Otherwise, of course, if people could currently be in time right now. Kendall, when you get a chance too, if you've got the player stats for today, let me know how many rounds we've got and how many people are there. Looks like they might still be messing with the camera as well. Or did you already drop it in the stream? Did I miss it? Yep, okay, it is above. Information on the event. We have 100 players here today, and it'll be 7 rounds of Swiss with top 32 making it today, too. There'll be a 1-hour break after round 4. Nice. Very nice. Thank you, Emo Tempest.
There you go.
All right, so we adjusted the table around, so hopefully this helps with glare a lot.
Yeah, it'll probably help being higher up. It's not 100% center. I don't know if
I know.
that's...
Me and Ghoul were discussing that, and he's like, at this point, he's like, if we need to change it, we will. But you know,
As long as they can... Yeah, I mean, hey, if we can see it, I get it.
even though it is kind of bothering me while I look at it, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
adjust it.
Sure. Yep. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, Kendall, if you're back, that looks much better.
Thank you, sir. I thought too. I was like, all right, it looks much better that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and about the top 32. I mean, Square Enix said that as far as I'm aware, with a party of over 100, which originally we sold, I think it was like 128 tickets, that it needed to be top 32. So.
Well, if I know Ready Check. I'm assuming he's saying it's BS because he's not there competing in it. He's like, the ones I go to, it's top 16, and then of course the one I don't get to go to is top 32. Yeah, I know everyone's got their different thoughts on that. I've personally always liked top 32 just because I like getting to see more players get a chance to experience a top cut. So I'll always be in favor of that. Oh, you don't? Okay, well, correct me if I'm wrong, Ready Check. By all means, feel free to explain if you so desire.
Yeah, I just got confirmation that originally we sold 136 tickets, but we only have 100 here today. So that's why it was set up at top 32, and they just want to just leave it that way because it's already planned out.
Yeah. It's more games for us. I'm not complaining. I'm actually kind of glad you guys zoomed the camera out a bit too, because hopefully we can see everything they do. There's a few things they did off screen that last match. I was like, well, I don't know what they're doing over there, but
My initial thought, I was like, okay, I see them placing stuff for like how the Fusoya play where they set it off a little and we couldn't see. So hopefully with this extra room and the timer at the top, it won't be too much of a hindrance. All right. Give me a second. I'll go check and see if there's any matches still playing and stuff.
sure. Always appreciate the updates. To comment on what Ready Check just put in there, I have heard some people asking for, just a consistency of whether it's a straight number, kind of like what Lalonde was saying earlier, of like, hey, it has to surpass this number, and then it is that. And you could do that based on tickets sold versus who actually shows up, or you could do it based on who shows up. So I understand the desire for consistency, that every tournament will be this, or every tournament will be this based on X. It doesn't personally bother me, but then again, I'm also not playing, so of course, it's not going to bother me nearly as much as the people who are traveling and spending their money on it.
So all the matches are finished, and they are inputting all the results and getting the next round paired.
Awesome. Thank you, Kendall.
Yes, sir. What do you need? Yeah, 1 second. I'll come with you.
All right, we are back for round 2. We'll see which fine gentleman we have playing currently. That looks like some kind of Rick and Morty compilation shirt on the left side. Or maybe it's a hoodie. I see a little pocket at the bottom. And on the right, we have someone from The Light. Or at least maybe they're not from The Light. They're at least wearing a Light t-shirt. As we get ready with round 2 here. And did you know we're halfway through the Materia Cup season? San Diego was the 3rd out of 6, so there's a 4th out of 6. So after this, there's only 2 more to go. North Carolina as well as Portland, I believe, ends the season. Kendall, or if you are with me, my good man, do we know who these gentlemen are?
Yes, sir. Updating that right now, we have Robert Harlow on the left versus Christopher Neal on the right.
Oh, okay. Excellent. I know Chris's name, not familiar with Robert. What decks will we see today? All right, this is round 2 of the Texas Materia Cup, brought to you by Lone Star Pack Breaks on Ghoul02's channel. Make sure to subscribe and like Ghoul stuff if you haven't already. He's a good friend and testing partner of mine. He does a lot of good work. And honestly, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't even have this whole setup. And a big thanks to Kendall, my helper and assistant and co-commentator, and just all around great person to have around. Looks like the timer has officially started, so we are on our way.
Yes, sir. Time they just called in the round. They said it starts at 11:55 our time, Central here.
Excellent. Let's see. So I'm seeing Soiree. Is that Alexa? I can't tell what that. I think that's Alexa. Yep, Alexa, and I see a Bosch as well. So it looks like Soiree on Robert's side. And I think I might see Turks on Chris's side, or maybe I saw a Rufus. No, okay, it's 13. Did I see a Turk? Maybe it was Sis. I don't know. I could have swore I saw like the Shinra logo in there. So we are playing Zaz, which will let us search out a copy of Dodge. Hopefully we've got another one. I had a list where only played one Dodge, and I pulled the Zaz, or I already pulled the Dodge when I got the Zaz. God, that's so Dodge Zaz. Yeah, I could be mistaken, when they flip through the cards that quickly. But yeah, there looks like there was a card in his hand that had the Shinra logo on it. I didn't see it's right on top. But of course, this looks like a 13 opening. Granted, no sign of a Neal or Hope. So I don't know. Maybe it is Turks, and maybe... Okay, so there's Noel as well. Chris contemplating pitching. Okay, so yeah, there it was Reeve. Duh, that's who it would be. I always kind of forget Reeve is part of the Shinra company because I'm like, no, he's Kate says, so he's like on your side. Oh man, and we're going lightning. We're going for 2 points of damage right away. And there goes Hecaton Kyre. Happy to see that go. And Warrior of Light. Hecaton would have been a great sweeper answer. And we'll draw a card off the lightning. Oh my gosh, are we threatening it with 3, 4, 5, 6? We aren't threatening lethal next turn. We would need one more attacker, but man. Chris just saying, well, hope you weren't planning to stay for too long. And hitting that Hecaton Kyre into damage. Whoo, what a hit. Robert would have been happy to draw that and just end this right here, right now. I mean, he's got the Lexa. The Bosch is suddenly way less appealing when it automatically deals you a point of damage. I mean, it puts it up to 8k, which is nice, but again, you're opening yourself up for a lethal. That's no fun. So he's pitching 3. Does he have Cecil into Warrior of Light? Edel, okay. What do we have to revive off Edel? Is it just Alexa? Amber, nice. Okay. This won't stop the aggression, but it does get us some bodies we could chump block with. Let's see. If Chris sequences this, so he'll... Yeah, because if Chris just attacks with Lightning first and nothing else, Lightning would go to 8. If he attacks with Null first, though, Null would go... We do get the Shinju, by the way. Now, this is nice because it means an Elvis would deal 6,000, which could be relevant. If Null attacks first, Null will get 1,000 from Lightning, and then I think another 3, so Null would go to 9. Then you can attack with Lightning. She'd go to 9. Zaz would still only be 8, but we would still presumably attack with Zaz because we'll get an attack draw anyway. But we can at least trade off the Zaz, and in case Chris does have anything like a Bahamut here, he's going to have to pay to get rid of this Cecil and this Edel. So pretty good response from Robert based on what he had in hand. That was about the best he could do. You could argue getting an Elvis off the Amber, but you would have had to have fire to pay for it without Shinju. So maybe that just wasn't realistic. The only decision Chris has to make is, do I do anything before I just go in and start beating down? Fang would be brutal here too with the power bump. Yes, Null should give us 1,000. When Null attacks, it should get 1,000 for every 13 character you control. So Null would go up to 8, plus Lightning's trigger of an additional 1,000. So Null would go to 9, which also puts Lightning at 8. And then on Lightning's attack, she'll go to 9. So those 2 attacks guaranteed can get through without dying. Again, he could trade the Zaz out, but Chris could also just be looking for a way to finish this off right here, right now. Oh, and we do have the Fang. Oh my goodness. You know what that means. That means an extra 3, not 3, that was at 2,000 power to all the forwards. So Lightning now can go in first, as she's going to be a beefy 10k as this swing happens. Robert needs Burst City right now to save him. Robert wants to give Chris Neal a one-way ticket to Burst City. Meet the mayor. Okay, we block, actually. We block with the Edel. So we can now target Cecil to dull with Null. He would have to pay the tax. Is he willing to do that? He doesn't have to, right? I mean, Cecil can block, but Cecil is going to die to anything he blocks. And we hit. There's that bonus burst. Oh, but it's not enough at this point. Elvis will deal 6,000. Hits the Zaz. But yeah, so Zaz has an extra 4,000 currently, 9. I mean, it will die to the Cecil. So Lightning first. I mean, can we hit a second Elvis? Second Elvis to kill the attacker? We draw our card. Nope. Cecil hits his better full art version into damage. And now he's got to decide, does he go to 5 or does he block this Zaz? I mean, the Zaz will die now because it took the 6,000 from the Elvis. So maybe you do. Maybe you just got to get it off the field, just one less attacker. Or if you're feeling really lucky and you think you got another burst there, hope for that. But yeah, he does. He trades it out. He says, okay, at least this way I guarantee get one thing off the field. Take the guarantee over the potential. Shantoto Hecaton. He drew Kusith, and is her name Luca? The water backup that pumps Brave Exvius by 1,000. Not a good looking hand from what I can tell. I think he has 2 backups and a Kusith, and I don't know what Kusith has. So, I mean, he can get Edel, he can get Cecil, but it looks like this one's already going to be over, essentially on turn 2. Yeah, he could have killed the because I believe Edel blocked the lightning, right? In which case the Elvis could have killed the lightning. He gets Edel back. He's going to play Edel again. Do we have an Elvis at least to get something off this field? Oh, he doesn't have Earth to pay for the... Oh, no. Yeah, so Edel doesn't have Shinju's power, so he can't actually play the Madam Edel. Oops. I mean, this is... okay, you've got 3 Soiree backups, so... Is Elvis enough? I don't think so with Fang on the field. Kind of depends how Chris sequences this. Even if he hits an Elvis right here. I mean, Robert needs a miracle right now to not die on turn 3. And looks like we'll be putting Squall out just in case. And Ishtola saying, just in case you were thinking about a burst potentially saving you. Yeah, we're just going to say no to that. Ishtola now has haste and unblockable till the end of the turn. And how would you like to die, sir? Would you like to be Squall? So here goes Lightning. 1,000 to everybody. There's Merald. Would have loved to have seen that on the field, but no helpful in the damage zone. There's Null. There's Shinju. And 13 doing what 13 does. Chris Neal with the 3-turn sweep. That aggressive Zaz into Null into Lightning opening. We could have taken the Lightning out, again, because I'm pretty sure if Edel did block the Lightning, which I think it did, and then you ping it with the Elvis, it would have prevented... I think Zaz would still have been big enough to go in and potentially trade out the Cecil, but it would have been 1 less point of damage we would have taken. Granted, we drew a backup in a Kusith for turn, so of course that would have affected what we drew, right? What was the last point of damage there? Wasn't a Tyro? Was it a Cecil? So we would have drawn a little differently, but I still just don't know if that would have mattered. I think he was kind of toast regardless. 13 giving the old reminder. Hey, just in case you forgot who the heck I am, let me remind you, I'm Category 13. Makes me think of like an old Triple H promo. Well, folks, I hope you needed a break because you're about to get one here. As round 2 only took about 10 minutes. And as Chris just put on the proverbial full gas, no brakes. And Robert will have to hope he avoids a similar fate in his next matchup. So congrats to Chris. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves in the chat. And yeah, that was a quick one. So good time to go stretch your legs, take a break. Probably be a little bit before the next round. Read My Immortal. What is that? Is that like an anime or a manga? It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever read it myself. Well, it looks like they might be playing again for fun. Since they're like, well, we're on stream. Oh, it's a Harry Potter fan fiction? That's funny. Yeah, it looks like they might be playing again for fun just since they're like, well, we're here on stream. Might as well entertain the folks. So here you go. Here's a nice exhibition match. It's a fan fiction legendary for being trophy for all the worst parts of the fan fiction. Okay, well, now I'm kind of curious. The economic state of Norvant. Navra. What is that? That name sounds familiar too. Is that from a Final Fantasy game? I'd like this turn of pace from Robert saying, okay, you want to talk about aggression? I'll show you aggression. How you like the old turn 1 Yuffie, sir? Deal with that. Shadowbringers, that's right. I knew it was from, and I just actually resubbed to 14 the other day to play with some friends, so I thought it looked rather familiar. Yeah, I like the Cat 6 deck. I actually just released a deck tech on it. It's a fun deck. I really like it. I like seeing the characters. And I even have an alternate super lock title version So it's nice to see all those characters come back. Man, I'll tell you what, if they ever give it a color fixer, like something that lets you play the waters off of a backup, kind of like the Riku or the Sid from FF8. Oh, it'd be perfect. Then you could easily get all those watercolors in, and you can actually cast them without needing the other water in hand. That would be nice. You got to hope that they're doing that. Are they going to do that with all the categories? For them to do 2 in a row for 2 sets makes me think that they're going to come out. And M. Peterson, I'm not currently playing 16. I will definitely at some point, of course, but I don't know. To be honest, I haven't played as many video games lately as I used to. I've been busier with work as well, so it's a little harder to find the time, but I would definitely like to play 16 at some point. It's weird too, right? Because a lot of times they'll come out with like Game of the Year editions. Like right when I played 15, I feel like the Royal edition came out very shortly after that. And so it's kind of like, oh, I should have just waited for that. And surely 16 is going to be the same way, right? I would assume they're going to come out with some Game of the Year version down the line with a bunch of extra stuff in it. Did we not swing in with the Yuffie? I wonder why not. Yuffie's 10k, right? And no, Hope is a 10k, so Hope can trade with Yuffie. That's why we didn't do it. Doom of the Living would have been amazing here. And here's Lightning. Oh no. Yuffie's just a 9k and targetable. Uh-oh. Looks like the return aggression from Robert isn't Vesvia, no EX burst effect. We only have 1 Soiree on the field. Yeah, she can be targeted. Now there's an EX burst that'll actually work. We can go get any one of our Soirees. Albus, maybe? We don't quite have enough. We don't have near enough for Merrill yet. Yeah, Yuffie didn't attack because Hope was a 10k sitting on the other side, so she did not want to attack into that. I mean, Chris ready to put him to 6 this turn. With this double lightning trigger that's presumably going to happen soon. Here's a Neal. Neal should be 11, so there's the lightning damage. And there's Shinju. Oh man, even Fang's big enough now. And there's another. I mean, there's a final burst. He did get bookend bursts with the Amber too. So what do we see? Porum. Oh, Shantoto. There you go. And did Chris draw into Amaterasu? And they're double checking to make sure. Yeah, what can he grab? I think he can grab Earth, Water, or Fire. I don't remember if he can grab Wind as well. Of course, you're going to snap grab the Shantoto. We will lose our own Yuffie to this as well. I mean, unfortunately, like Toto on its own is still risky, right? Chris can just drop any haste. Yeah, it's not Wind. Okay, so it's basically anything not Arc. Arc essentially says go get Refia, Ingus, or Lunith's elements. Shintoto's just a death sentence at this point. Yeah, you have to drop Toto and something else because otherwise Chris will surely just haste something. And yeah, Chris says, yep, there they go. Does he have any haste in hand? I almost thought he might have an Amaterasu from that for all the cards he drew. Folks, this might be a short exhibition. We might get in a normal match and an exhibition match in under 20 minutes if Chris has a haster here. He's going to go get one. You ever have these at locals? I used to have some nights like these at locals where like you're playing aggressive decks and someone else is playing control. And by the time like your friend who's on control gets through like his first match, you're like, dude, come on. We've already played like 4 or 5 matches in that time. Yep. There's lightning. There's Noel. Says bye. Oh my goodness. So in 18 minutes, we have finished both a normal match and an exhibition match. Chris is doing quite fine right now. Are we gonna go for a third one? we'll have a best of 3 within 30 minutes. And with 13, surely we can make that happen if we so wish. Hopefully Robert isn't getting discouraged from this. Hopefully he's just thinking, yeah, all right, that's a bad matchup for me. Turn 1 Toto, turn 1 Hecaton would have been quite nice. If you've got friends at the event and they're sending you their record of how they're doing, feel free to share them in the chat and kind of get a feel of how some players are performing. As we have hit spoiler season, we can take a minute to talk about a couple of those, and I'll let everyone know too. My spoiler is in the works. I'm editing it right now. I filmed, I believe, most of it, so I just got to put it together with the editing, which will take a while, but hopefully, sometime in July I'll have it released. I will be doing another contest too. I'll probably have that video out maybe on Tuesday or Monday. And this time I'll be giving out a couple more prizes, and we'll make sure we get a winner regardless, whether people guess it or not. So look forward to that. When is it? The Opus 69 spoiler. Well, that's a very sexy time in the future. Opus 69. Gosh, how many years from now would it take to naturally get there? If you figure about 3 sets a year, run 20. I'd be an old man. Started doing Opus 69. What do the cards even do at that point? Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Zach and Avalanche. I was considering that because obviously he fits in the colors, right? And I like the idea of, let's say they Shantoto your board, and so they all get removed, but then Zach can immediately go get a Barrett, which is very nice. Or even the Light Aerith if you're running that. Some people even run the 4-cost Earth Cloud, so you could get that one as well. Like, that sounds really cool. At the same time, one of kind of the benefits of Avalanche is it tends to run a little cheap, other than the big cloud at 6. So do you want to pay 5 for Zach? Maybe you do. Again, maybe getting Barrett right out of the deck is absolutely worth it. All right. I'm going to go take a quick break really quick. Feel free to go stretch your legs, get some water, all that jazz, and we'll be back with round 3, hopefully in about 10 minutes, depending on how time goes in the other rounds.
Hello, Travis, are you there? I guess he left for a second because they were asking people in the chat. So yeah, we have the stream room. I have Christopher Neal here with me after his, 3-turn win.
Yeah,
So how's it feeling though? You good? 2-0, right?
No, right now. I told people I was playing Ice Earth. But it's too late.
Everyone knows now.
The world. I just want to play a deck quick chill or quick losses because I'm either going to way up front.
Exactly. So how's the trip going? You having a good time in Texas?
Yeah.
Really? That's nice. So,
Yeah.
it's just a little hot sometimes, but
Yeah, but out there, not as, but pretty used to it.
So what do you think about the venue and everything? Everything looking all right? Everything working out?
I love the. I like the place. I like the big banner.
Awesome. Yeah, we went on a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, around here, our shops are a little smaller, so we had to unfortunately rent the venue. And I know there was some confusion on that with, people's bookings and stuff. But I'm glad people are having a good time here, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, it's. I did that too. We're about 5 minutes away, but this is a great space. I like this a lot. Good time.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having us, sir. Best of luck and everything else.
Yep.
Appreciate you coming out.
Thanks a lot.
Trying to watch that.
Kendall, were we doing a sound check? I just came back and checked the chat. Oh, did he? Shoot, man. Well, I hope he got to talk with you guys. Shoot, if I'd have known that, I would have absolutely talked to Chris. Thank you, Dissinger, for letting me know. Yeah, I'll have to see if we're doing play interviews. That'd be great. Be happy to talk to him afterwards. Hopefully, I know that for the next one. All right. Well, it was like a post-race interview, 5 questions. Oh, I gotcha. Did Chris give like a sports type interview? Did he go, gotta love God and the family, 110%. Got to thank my coaches, my teammates. I think there's their old movie called, what was it called? Was it called Bedazzled? It had Brendan Fraser and Elizabeth Hurley in it, and he essentially made a deal with the devil, and he gets all these wishes. And one of his wishes is he's like this successful athlete. He's just pouring sweat, and I think he just says that over and over again. Got 110% is what you do. You go out there, you give 110%, and 100. He just says that over and over again, as he's just like pouring buckets of sweat. Will you be playing FFTCG in Opus 20 or quit long term? That's a good question. Oh, we got someone back. Is that you, Kendall? I thought I heard something in my headphones. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. I'm not sure if I should get more boxes or not. Like I do want to keep collecting the full arts, and I have a collection of all the full arts, and I would like to continue that. But again, I don't have any locals, so anytime I play, I just play online. So like, is it worth it to get the cards then if they're just gonna sit there? I don't know. Even though I kind of like having them for the collection, but yeah, I just don't have anyone to use them with, unfortunately. If there is a Materia Cup or a Store Championship pretty close to me next year, I will probably go to that. Yeah, I would like to do that. We'll just have to see what the season looks like. But it's to be honest, it's been nice taking a break. It's been nice catching up on a few other things in life that I wanted to do that cards are taking some time for. So, and usually, a break from almost anything usually can refresh you for it. So hopefully, I'll can come back better than ever. I don't know about like going to all the tournaments. I'd be honest, I don't know how some of these players do it. Like, I don't know if they just have a lot of money or free time or what, but I just don't know if I'd have the time or the funds to be able to just travel to so many different events. I'm in St. Louis, so I'm in the Midwest. So like the Kansas City one was close to me, but we had planned this Alaskan cruise way back in November, and we didn't know what the events were at the time. And of course, it ended up being the one weekend that we already had vacation planned. Because if we weren't, if it was any other weekend, I would have been there in a heartbeat. I would have happily gone. I've got some friends out there, and it would have just been fun to play and gotten to beat Ghoul and a couple others. But yeah, of course, it just happened to be the one weekend I wasn't available. So I will say that I hope for next season, man, the sooner they can announce that, the better. Like if Worlds is what, usually in November, or it has been in the past. If we could find out before the year ends, that'd be amazing. What's up, Kendall? You with me?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Howdy. How's it going?
Fantastic. Sorry, I had Christopher Neal in here for a little bit, but
I
we
heard.
couldn't seem to find the other mic, and so I was like, no. So I just had him like move the headset between us.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm like, cool. Where do you put it?
Are we planning to do an interview after every round with the winner?
Only if they end before 20 minutes, I was told.
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah. I would say he got both his exhibition and his main match done in that time.
And so, yeah, I'm just glad people can make it out and they're having a good time. The venue space is great, and so
excellent. Very happy to hear it. I'm assuming round 3 will be sometime in the very near future.
Hopefully soon. I know there was an extension on one of them because someone requested a deck check. I don't know,
Gotcha. Okay.
thing on that. I just know that White Mage told me that there was a deck check. So.
Oh, okay. I'm glad David's there. Tell him I said hi if you see him. Tell him Travis said hello.
He is currently staying with me at my house, so I will definitely let him know.
Well, yeah. You're like, no, I'll never see him. I'll never see him there. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go run and fill up on water in preparation for the next round. So I'll be right back.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Catching up on chat, reading that point you said, Dissinger. I don't know if anyone watches WWE or watched WWF back in the day. I haven't watched it for years and years and years, but they had this thing called Money in the Bank, which was like a guaranteed contract for a title match at any time of your choosing. And for the most part, people would just like cash it in after someone else finished their match and they were super weak and beat up, and they would just like cash it in. I love kind of money if FF had something like that. And I feel like two players are playing cards on stream, and one guy just beats the other guy, and then out of nowhere you see like a steel chair come in off the camera, and you see someone like ring the bell, and he just gets down and starts playing cards while the other guy's knocked out and steals a victory. To answer that comment, Grin Boss, that's funny because I know a few people who've said the opposite, that FF's way easier to play because it's not as complicated and they don't have nearly as many mechanics like counters and all these other things that you've just got to keep track of. So it probably teach their own, and I'd imagine it also depends on just which one you're more familiar with. You know, if you've been playing Game A for 2 years, you're naturally, I think, going to be predisposed to it.
All right. We are seating for round 3.
Most excellent. Any idea who our players will be for this round?
We will have Sergio Garcia again versus Joseph Golds. Is it either Steen or Stein? I don't know.
Sergio found his way back? Man, what are the odds of that? All right, so we've got Sergio on the left, and I'm sorry, who did you say was on the right?
It is Joseph Goldstein.
Joseph Goldstein. Hello, Joe Cuckoo from Chile. Happy to have you here. So Sergio, we know, is on the Rydia Warrior of Light. We saw him earlier. He was actually on round 1. But I don't think, or unless you've got the stats, I don't know what Joseph is on.
I do not have the stats. They just gave me the table numbers.
No worries. We'll figure it out once he shows up.
Oh, I know who Joseph is. He is a local here, but he goes by his middle name. That's why I was like, I didn't recognize the name.
Oh, okay. You're probably like, that guy looks so familiar.
I saw his sleeves and instantly go, hey, I know who that is.
All right, looks like we're going. Ooh, we pitch a Physalis for a Unalesca. So Joseph is, I would guess, Ice Earth. I don't know if anyone's bold enough to bring just Mono Ice, but so far it looks like Mono Ice. Always sucks to lose a Physalis early. So Sergio having a pretty similar repeat of his, I believe, his turn 1 and the first time we saw him on stream, because I think he started with the Ico there as well. Decides to bring out Alexander. Ooh, look at that shuffle. Those cards look so thick with those sleeves. Yeah, Ice Lightning is also very possible. Usually you don't see Unalesca in the Ice Lightning, but that doesn't mean it's not like it's hard locked without that card. This next turn will let us know what he's thinking. I think I see Sophie in Sergio's hand. And there goes Vice for Nero. Going to search out another copy of Vice. Set up to do it next turn. We could immediately start hitting our opponent's hand if we really wanted to. I mean, he's going to be ahead of us most likely. But if we don't mind losing one of our own cards. And we're going to pass there. Yep, says, nope, I'll just wait. Especially if Sergio gets down an additional backup this turn, you would actually kind of want to play Vice by pitching 2 from hand and use Unalesca on top of that, and you can take out both of his backups. Yeah, so far we've only seen Ice cards, so unless he is playing Mono Ice. So here's Rydia. We'll pitch Hecaton Kyre, and it looks like a spare copy of Rydia. Rydia will go search us out any job summoner and summon as long as they are different elements. Sildra is our summon, so our summoner is probably Braska. That's what we saw last time. Or maybe a third copy of herself. Yeah, we'll just get the dead Rydia out of the deck now. And he didn't shuffle his deck. Is he planning to Sildra? He is actually, yeah. And then immediately pitches Une as well as the spare copy of Rydia to cast Sildra. We'll now search out another 2 cards from our deck. Yeah, you can't get Braskas with Sildra, but you can grab it with the Rydia. He did that in his first game. Sildra will presumably get us into some backups. There's the Sarah backup, which of course can then get us into Princess Sarah. We can really get any water card we want. Oh, okay, there's the Moogle. Yeah, we didn't see that in the first game. Moogle and Sarah. 2 more backups. One of them fetches us another backup. Granted, that doesn't help his colors as much for Warrior of Light. The Princess Sarah would, but... Okay, we get Kryl instead. So we'll get Kryl, as well as the Class 4th Moogle. I wonder if we'll slam one of those down this turn. I mean, we still have 5 cards in hand. So we can hold that knowing our opponent likely is going to make us discard. So we'll pitch Sarah Mobius for the Moogle. Okay, so we'll hold on to Kryl and 2 other cards in hand. And yeah, if whatever else he's doing this turn, if I'm Joseph, you're definitely popping down Vice, triggering Unalesca. No, he's going to tap the Unalesca. Say, oh, you'd get a double discard and a double freeze. Pitches a night. No, yeah, it's called the night backup. So we'll discard Braska from hand. Vice will trigger Dull Freeze, and did we not? Okay, yeah, there he goes. He picks it. Yeah, I know it's an extra card in hand, but like I really would have rather him seen use Unalesca there. You know he's got the cryo, right? Lock out a second backup. He can't play it efficiently. And he's down to one card in hand. Okay, I mean he drew Princess Sarah, so I guess that wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, I mean it continues to look like a mono ice deck. Maybe it is. Or we just have yet to see any other element come into play. So we did put down the Princess Sarah, presumably made it win. Hey, hit an Amaterasu into damage. Probably never sad to see one of those go. I really hope we start using this Unalesca trigger too, right? That's where this combination comes from. Pitches Unalesca and Earth. Okay. So it is Earth. I think that's Kusith behind the Unalesca. Puts down Rydia. Rydia can search us out. If we have another copy of Unalesca, we can get that. Hecaton Kyre. Ooh, that's pretty good. If we could use that this turn to break the Rydia, because he's already ditched the other Rydias, so he'll be down that card entirely. Or we could try to save it for something else, but we're set up for Warrior of Light if the Princess Sarah can tap for Wind. Whereas if you snap break that Rydia right now, you prevent that play. It looks like he's going for it. Or no, okay. That time I think he used the Unalesca trigger. So this time he did use it. We'll pitch. They both discarded a Hecaton Kyre. That's kind of funny. That still does lock out our Warrior of Light. Very nice, very nice. So it is Ice Earth. Yeah, it is an expensive play to do that, but I also feel like that's kind of what your deck's supposed to do. So, but I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it is right to just be a little patient here and not to go too ham on it too quickly. Yeah, that is a point too. If assuming the Princess Sarah's Wind, do we just pass? Yeah, he just passes. There's nothing he wants to do here. But he does save up. Oh, he has a Earth, Wind, and Water open. Again, I'm just going to go under the assumption the Sarah's Wind. Of course, like someone knows for sure, they can always correct. But I think he does have Warrior of Light in hand. White Tiger Lassie Nimbus. Oh man, one of my favorite Ice Legends. I love this card. Can only be cast off of backup. So unfortunately, he did have to tap that way. He had to use the Unalesca, but now on entry and on attack, it's going to Dull Freeze a character every single turn. We will cast a Kusith to get back. Une is not terrible. Yeah, say Une, we can bounce. If we bounce the Tiger, it's going to take a whole nother turn to be able to be replayed against. The Tiger's a great target. Unalesca is also a great target as we'll turn off that action ability next turn. Oh no, okay, we missed Dragon. So we targeted the Une, we countered with Mist Dragon, all that gets removed. Draw for the Mist Dragon, says no Une for you, sir. It looks like, yeah, we did try to do that at the end of our opponent's turn before he untapped. So Joseph's still with 2 in hand. Sergio unable to Warrior of Light unless he can get that Moogle active. We do have Zidane, but we don't have Fire. We've got the Wind. So we have Zidane, can't use it. We have, unless we pitch Fire from hand. But we don't have Fire on our backup line. Ooh, if this Tiger gets to start putting in some work, Sergio could be in trouble. I see a Warrior of Light in his hand. So I know he has Warrior of Light, Zidane. Can't quite tell what the other cards are. There goes a Kryl. And Rosa. Okay. Rosa, not bad. If we basically can't Dull Freeze her, or she can just activate herself. And she can favorably block the Vice. She could also give herself 1,000 power to trade with the White Tiger Lassie Nimbus as Joseph drops a Hilgigas. Sergio has to read that. What a great counter. So Sergio says the first character that uses an action ability from Sergio, it'll negate it and then break it. So if, yeah, that Rosa tries to use her effect, bye-bye, Rosa. I don't think so. Oh man, I haven't seen this card in a minute. That's exciting. I'm assuming we're going to do the Unalesca trigger here. Yes, we are. Make Sergio lose a card in hand. Gets rid of the Zidane. We'll hit... Yep, Princess Sarah will stay down. Here comes White Tiger Lysine Nimbus. He will put down... You could safely put down the Rosa now, yeah, because if she uses her effect, she's just going to die. There's a Tyro. There's our bonus burst. Happy to see that. What would you get here? You can't use Warrior of Light. Une is still very good. Oh, are they saying they missed the Dull Freeze trigger on Vice for the Unalesca discard? Because we've got Rosa and the Princess Sarah. Orin is good too. Orin is a great choice. Orin will soak up all these Dull Freezes. And Lulu is our 4th point of damage. So things looking good for Joseph, but the Sergio getting the Orin is huge. Because, yeah, Orin's now just going to soak up all these Dull Freezes. Plays that out and says, go ahead. Yeah, if we could get this Orin off the field on Joseph's side, that'd be huge. Orin's just got like a voice line. He's like, I'll take it. What if this was like, if this had a digital version, every time Orin gets frozen, she's like, is it cold in here? Is it cold in here? Is it cold in here? Just says that line over and over again. Sildren to damage. We're putting them to 6. And there's Warrior of Light. Pretty good hits. Only ran into 1 Tyro burst. Joseph feeling really good right now. Vincent, nice. Oh, wow. Vincent does get to freeze the backups because it specifically says target backups. So Orin cannot be a target of this. So we still get to lock him out. Joseph putting on a Ice Earth clinic right now. Holy moly. Sergio just not getting to play the game he wants to. And he's got the Rose ability and he can't use it because that damn that damn Hilgigas is sitting there just like, yep, go ahead. Please activate yourself. So I can activate so I can crush you. I mean, we need something. There's a Porum. I mean, Porum can turn off the Tiger's freeze, but it's still coming in as a 9k body. Can't use Warrior of Light. We can't Zidane. We have Mist Dragon, so we could try to dig for a card. I don't know how good that's going to do. Yeah, I mean, Joseph's just in a position where he can just swing over, right? Do we have a Shantoto? We do. We actually had 2 Mist Dragon. Oh my goodness. If we have a counter Mist Dragon. Nope, he does get it removed. He draws a Sarah back up. That's not going to help us. At this point, Porum might be the only forward he can put on the field, which can't... Actually, Porum can't even use its... Well, so what you could do is put out Porum, use its effect to have Hilgigas break it, and now your Rosa is available. Although, again, then Rosa's presumably just going to die to the... Well, no. Yeah, that's probably your best bet. Porum bait out the Hilgigas. Then Rosa can at least potentially make herself a 9k, because Orin is still going to eat up all the Dull Freezes. Although, you still, right, you just swing with the Tiger. Even if she trades with the Rosa, okay, you swing in with Vice and Vincent. Like, I don't see a way out of this. He's going to use the Fenrir on the White Tiger Lysine Nimbus. Had to pay for it, though. Had to pay a full 3 cost. That's good, though, because now the Rosa can pump herself to 9k. So that's not bad. So we gave ourselves a chance here. Still not in a great position. And again, it's one of those games, he's already on 6 damage, so how do you possibly turn this around and start hitting your opponent? But you know how you do it? 1 turn at a time. If Joseph has any way to knock out one of these forwards, which I don't know what that would be since he's going to have to target Orin. If he's got Vincent special, that would be huge. Any kind of summon. That was losing the Tiger. I don't know if there's a way Joseph can win this turn. Like, Heka would wipe his own board out. So that's not really worth it unless he can somehow bump Weiss or Vincent. He's probably making that math right now. It's one of those nice turns where, again, Sergio has nothing in hand. So you don't have to worry about any kind of counterplay. Everything is on the field. He will play a Geomancer, gain a crystal. Robel Akbel would be pretty nice. Do we have a Robel? We do. There we go. Immediately consume that crystal. Boom! Just blast that Orin into oblivion. Man, if Sergio had a card in hand, we could Unalesca Vice Dull Freeze right now, but you got to be careful though, right? Because he can still block with the Rosa. Yeah. So Porum is going to attempt to blink. Hilgigas will stop that, break it, which means now Rosa is free to bump herself to 9k. Oh, I don't know, man. Like, you should have at least party attacked. Like, there was no way you were getting through this turn. And yeah, see, now he got a 2-for-1. If you were going to do that, you should have just party attacked anyway, because with the Orin on the field, there's just nothing you were going to be able to do. Can Sergio get a Warrior of Light or something to save himself here? Of course, yeah, none of that also even matters if Sergio can't draw a forward to protect himself. We do have a backup for Robel. We've got a spare Iridia we can grab. We have Zidane, so we can block. And Galoof. Oh, well, Galoof's pretty good. I don't think we have a huge break zone. No, we've got more than I thought. I know it got Mist Dragon earlier. Okay, yeah, Galoof's quite good. I mean, of course, he's going to be meaningless to a Dull Freeze, but we're not presenting that on the board at the moment. You're still going to make Joseph draw into it. I think you do the Galoof, because yes, the Zidane could scout that card, but you can't attack with the Zidane. He's even pitching a card from hand, essentially, to give him one extra number for the Galoof. Any Dull Freeze here, and Joseph has got this easy. We'll get back the Iridia, but without the Dull Freeze, I mean, Galoof is going to just block anything and everything. Tiger? Oh, Prish. Yep, that'll do it. Prish, well, bam! Prish coming in with the Dull Freeze, and that's all she wrote. Joseph, wow, well done, sir. Ice Earth. Saying, don't forget about me. Why did everyone stop playing me after Florida? No. I'm making an impact here, sir. Man, Sergio got a really good setup too, but Joseph applied the right amount of pressure, so very well done. Being able to lock out that, Warrior of Light isn't very threatening when it's just a dead card in your hand that you can't do anything with. Woo, Sergio got up quick. That man is ready for a break. He almost like Go ahead.
Just saying Ghoul to go get Joey and see if he wants to come over here and chat with you for a little bit about his
nice.
win.
Is Ghoul not playing?
Oh, he did. He won his match.
Oh,
so
okay.
He is currently 1-2.
Gotcha. Good for him. Yeah, congrats to Joey. Oh, cool. Yeah, I hope he comes over to chat. I'll be happy to. Didn't take too long, about 16 minutes or so. Most excellent. And I can ask him about some of those plays he made.
Brought him in here. He is. Hello.
All right. Hello. We've got a special interview for you folks with the winner of our match on stream. Is this Joseph Goldstein?
Yes, sir.
Hey, congratulations, sir. Well done.
Thank you.
What's funny is when you started that, there was speculation like, what is he playing? Because it was so long before we saw the first Earth card that we were like, is he just on mono ice or is he just not seeing the lightning? Or they're like, what is he on? And then, oh, okay, finally got the Ice Earth. So what prompted you to bring Ice Earth today?
Honestly, from a few of the decks that I had, Ice Earth felt like the most competitive of the set. I initially planned on coming in with a Shiva style deck, but with Mist Dragon running rampant as it is in the meta right now, there's not really a place for it. In practice, it's felt pretty good into most decks. With the Rainbow Iridium matchup, you get a chance to Dull Freeze out the backups, keep the Wolf from coming out. To mono water, kind of feels pretty back and forth, at least with that one, to be honest. And then with Soiree, it's pretty favored.
Yeah.
So out of the top three matchups being played, it felt like one of the ways to go, at least with this one, especially with not as many people playing it. Maybe people aren't as prepared for it.
Right. Yeah. If the stream was anything to indicate, that was huge. I don't know if he ever talked about what was in his hand, but he did have a Warrior of Light for quite a while there at the end. But you were doing such a good job locking out his backups that it's basically a dead card for him at that point.
That's what I was hoping for. And once he had the 4 colors down, I just have to assume at any point in time, once the 4th color hits, that Warrior of Light's an active card. And considering I wasn't really drawing removal, I just have to keep the backups down and force myself into that position of keeping him from getting there and hope he doesn't draw an Ashura or something to reactive.
Yeah, I have to ask you about White Tiger Lysine Nimbus because that is one of my favorite Ice Legends. It's such a cool card, but I've seen a lot of Ice Earth players cut it, presumably for the reason that while everything on it is great, because you have to play it off of backups, maybe that turns some people off. But I love it, and so I was so happy when you played it down. Tell me about the Nimbus. Why do you put him in there?
For the Nimbus, the way that the meta is going right now, outside of 13, it's a very slow game plan. Rainbow Iridia takes a while to get going. Mono Water takes a while to kill you. And even with a bunch of other decks being played, it's a much slower meta than it's been before in a while. So I realized going into that point in time that you get to a point where you have multiple backups and Lysine Nimbus can come out. He's also at 9k, so he gets over the Hecaton threshold, so you can eventually board wipe with your own Hecaton. He stays on board with 1,000. Dual freezes out of backup potentially into things like Iridia deck, and then they're still stuck underneath it. It can also dual freeze and mirrors. It can just keep certain repressive cards kind of down so they can't do too much. It's just rough when Warrior of Light and Rosa come out together because at that point he's just worthless. That's the only situation where it feels kind of bad.
Can be pitched for either element too. Yeah, great choice. I absolutely love that. So speaking of the Rosa and the Warrior of Light, hello, Mr. Spicy Tech with the Hilgigas. We saw that. We were like, hey, I haven't seen that card in a minute. And I know Sergio had to read it as well. Great. I mean, yeah, there's so many action abilities. So obviously seems like great include. Was there any other reason you put it in, or is it just like, hey, I got to stop all these action abilities?
Mostly for that. I'm also on Mira as well, which came up in the round 1. I was at 1 damage into a mono water matchup where he dropped a Porum out. And I dropped out the Gigas, forced out the activation from it so he could eventually get out a monster for a blocker, and then I just dropped the Mirror the next turn on 1 damage to replay the Gigas. And then he was underneath it again. It's more so just for the action abilities. It's a break. If you're stuck under the Rosa Warrior of Lightlock as well, which is just a stupidly defensive board to try and get through, it gives you an option to actually break it because they can't dole the Warrior of Light to try and ping something out. It dies. Rosa can't reactivate anything because she dies. Une also can't re-add summons because it dies. Into anything that revolves around those Earth Water cards, it just keeps them really oppressed down. And even into like Mono Water as well, it also hits activations of our monsters animating because that's also an action ability.
Great. Go ahead, sorry.
Please continue. Oh, you're good. The only thing it doesn't do as much into is Soiree, but at least into everything else, it feels like a really good include.
Sure. Yeah, and obviously you can't tech for everything, but really like the Mira choice too. I know for me, I don't know if you ever run into this. Sometimes if you're trying to go high roll on the Mira like a Luminous Puma, but I got to get to 5 damage. So Gigas being online only at a single point of damage has to feel so much more consistent.
It does. I almost debated taking it out, and I'm very glad I didn't because it has put in a lot of work today in my first and third matchups.
I bet it'll continue. So I want to ask you about that matchup too. Near the beginning, you'll hear this if you go back and rewatch the stream. So you had the turn, you did the Unalesca into the Nero, you're ready with the Vice. Did any part of you consider pitching 2 cards for the Vice and then also using Unalesca? You get a double Dull Freeze, a double discard, or was it, you know what, I need to keep my own resources healthy? Like, kind of talk to me about that turn.
That one, it felt very awkward on my end. I was seeing how much he was setting up his break zone, and he had a lot of goodies in there that I'm just like, I have to. I had a Mist Dragon in hand at that point.
I gotcha.
And I really did not want to pitch that Mist Dragon out because that was unfortunately what would have had to have been discarded if I went for that because I would have been left with no cards in hand, dropping out the Weiss.
Gotcha.
And if he got any kind of re-add, especially if Une came back or something, and even if the Alexander started to come back, if I got into a later portion of the game, like that's going to be really rough to deal with.
Yeah.
So I decided to play safe.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, you clearly proved that was the right decision because if he tried to Kusith back the Une later and you being able to shut that off, like Une turning off both the Unalesca and the White Tiger that you then had, and you can't even replay the White Tiger that turn. So that was so crucial that you were able to Mist Dragon that break zone.
I was very happy to see that's what came down to because I don't want to sit on this card in my hand for forever, but
yeah,
it's considering it was already loaded with the break zone. It's like I have to just keep it. I can't let him get anything from there.
Yeah, dude, you crushed it. You have a spicy deck. You had a fun play style. Those are kind of all the questions I came up with on top of my head. Is there anything you wanted to say? Shout out to anyone while you're here?
I guess if I can give a shout, just shout out to the whole DFW crew here. They've been wonderful in helping everyone get prepared. Wonderful community, and to the whole Final Fantasy community as a whole. This is, out of all the card games I played over the years, it's easily been the best community I've ever been a part of, and I'm very happy to be a piece of it.
Awesome, man. Well, again, a hearty congratulations for your match in round 3. I hope we get to see you in Top Cut because I really want to see that Helgigas come out some more in the White Tiger. So you got a special place in my heart for him.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
You bet. Take a break, sir, and we'll see you later.
Sounds good. Take care.
Bye. All right, folks, that was Joseph coming over, kind enough to lend us some of his time for an interview. Always nice when you've got some time between rounds, and because I know as a player too, sometimes like, oh man, I need to run to the bathroom really quick, or I need to do this. So it's great when those rounds end early. But yeah, I really love that tech. Hilgigas, I've said for a while, there's not a lot that hates on action abilities, but if you can find something, and Hilgigas is so nice. Obviously, you have quote unquote ways around it, like we saw with the Porum there, but you're gonna lose something, right? Like. You're going to lose something to it, presumably. So really cool deck. Hope we get to see it again. All right. So that is round 3. If I'm not mistaken, lunch is after round 4. So we will get one more round in before lunchtime falls upon us.
Yes, that was the initial thing. Let me go confirm to make sure, because since we're running just a little behind, it's now.
Oh, okay, sure.
So let me make sure that that's what they're still doing, and I will let you know.
All right, sounds good. Got a lunch update here. Yeah, there's Helgigas, there's Opus 6 Leviathan. I want to say I think there's like a green mage backup too, or some kind of backup that's similar. You dull it, you pay water and maybe something else, or maybe 2 water, and you break it, and you can just pull that up really quick.
All right, so yes, Lisa just confirmed that we will have one more round and then lunch.
Excellent. Most excellent. What is everyone getting for lunch? You don't actually have to say that. I'm just asking.
My wife said that she wants Rosa's tacos. So.
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
I'm about to say I'm unsure about everybody else.
Let's see if we can find that green mage. Because there it is. Okay, so... actually, you don't have to pay anything extra. Opus 5, 2 cost, water backup, green mage. You can dull it, put green mage in the break zone, choose one action ability, cancel its effect. Obviously, that takes up space on your backup line. But yeah, and Jack Block, of course. Jack Block just stops everything. Says, nope, I don't care. I've always wanted to see, of course, the Jack Block is always quote-unquote advertised, right? Because you can see the 5-cost Jacks sitting on the field. I would love to see one time someone Tama in or somehow give it back attack. That there's just this whole stack, 10+ triggers on this stack, and you slap this Jack in out of nowhere and go, actually, cancel all of it. Jack Block! That'd be so cool. Yeah, I saw someone running in the RVA this past week, the Emperor, just for such a thing. And the Emperor is great because it doesn't create a stack of any kind, right? Like even that green mage makes a stack when it does it, whereas the Emperor legit just enters the field, says, nope, whatever you're playing, I don't care if you've got the Rosa, Warrior Light, Une Lock, doesn't matter. You cannot use any of that, so bye-bye. Very, very cool card. All right, well, we've got about 3 minutes left in the round. We'll have one more before lunch. I'm going to go take a quick break, run to the bathroom. Feel free to grab yourselves a snack. We've got one more round before we head off to lunch, and we'll get to see who we've got on stream next. Hope we get to see another new deck. It was really fun. See you in a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, again. We are sitting now for round 4.
Ooh, excellent. Any idea who we'll have, or we'll see in a moment, I'm guessing?
Yes, sir. We have Anson. I'm sorry if this name. I believe it's Quach. Quach.
Your guess is as
then-
good as mine.
Yeah, first is Armando Andrades.
Nice.
And he is a local here.
Oh, nice. Do you know what he's playing today?
No, I should have asked him.
That's okay. We'll see it soon enough. So the real question is, what should I get for lunch?
Oh, that isn't an update. Our lunch schedule is at 2:15 to 3:15 after this round.
Okay, so we'll have quite a while. Especially depending on how quickly this goes. This does or doesn't go. We haven't really had anything go to time yet. Pretty much everything on the stream has been pretty quick. The answer is always a burrito. Yeah, it's hard to argue with that. I had a chicken quesadilla last night. That was quite nice.
We had some Whataburger after White Mage. I picked him up from his flight.
Oh, nice. Yeah, man. I'm a sucker for Dairy Queen. And so I'm always like tempted to go get a burger and some ice cream.
We always go there for blizzards. All my kids want them.
Oh, nice. I know. I wish I could be there with you guys in person. Go out with everyone for lunch. It sounds fun. Go ahead and give a shout out as we're getting ready to start this. Thank you to Lone Star Pack Breakers for hosting today. This, the 4th Materia Cup of the 2023 Final Fantasy TCG competitive season. I am Travis Pfeiffer, sometimes known as Rudros, your host and commentator, and I, of course, joined by my friend and buddy, Mr. Kendall himself, running all the stuff in the store there, which is super helpful because he can see all the things I can't see. And this is, of course, Ghoul 02's stream, bringing to you live all this wonderful Final Fantasy trading card game action in Opus 20.
Yes, sir. We appreciate you and all your time for this.
I am happy to help, even if I'm very tired. I could use a nap, but that's okay. I can wait till afterwards. Or maybe I'll try to fit one in on lunch, depending on how long it takes. I just hope Opus 20 slows the meta down. It's gotten too fast and aggressive. I do share your sentiments, although I'll be honest, I'd be surprised if it did. But I guess we'll have to find out, right? They've released some interesting cards. Like, I really like that what was it called? The free surveil, is it called Mist? That was a cool spoiler. I like that idea. The Mist. And the fake's kind of neat. Yeah. Power levels, of course, who knows, but I always like to see new ideas. You know, someone mentioned about the twins, the Alice Alphino we saw. It's kind of funny that Alphino isn't the revival one because in Endwalker he's the sage, which is a healer job, whereas Alice is the red mage and she's like the aggressive one. So it's kind of funny that she revives, but he doesn't. It almost feels like that should have been his job, which it was if you look at were they the Shadowbringer versions from what was it, Opus 16, 17? I think it was 16, right? Those scions, like the water one, well, they both kind of did, right? They both had like a recursion element. So I don't know. Anyway, all right. Getting our die rolls out of the way here. This will be our last round before our lunch break. So hopefully we go out with a nice bang as we get started here. Anson and Armando. Looks like we've got, I almost said mono water on Armando's part, but I saw the Garnet. He does have a Sarah. Ooh, more Ice Earth. Okay. So we'll pitch a White Tiger Lassie Nimbus. Can't use that card early for a Unalesca. Looks like he might have a Rydia in hand too. I see Larketius and that almost look like a Tama. That's one I haven't seen in a minute. I do hope Scions are playable next set. That'd be fun. So Armando starts us off with a great opening. Pitches Our Lady of Garnet. And one other card. We have Ico in hand as well. And the Toneberry. Going to go search out presumably Princess Sarah. Seeing the Toneberry makes me wonder, is this more mono water focused? No, there's Kolka. Okay, maybe this is just a true earth water split. Or maybe it's still just Rydia Warrior of Light. We just haven't seen those cards yet. Toneberry's a card people have mentioned with that new Rydia, or no, not Rydia, new Mira that was spoiled. As a way to give him Death Touch, but he himself won't die. Are we going to slap down the Kolka? Yes, we are. Which means we are roused and ready for a color fix, pitch a blue worm. And we will search out Garnet. I'm ready to warp her next turn if we really want to. Possibly. It looks like he's got an Ash. So okay. We're going to go for a third search. Dude, 3 searches in 1 turn. Get your Mog 6s, the water one that prevents searches. Where's that when you need it? Or a Remedy. Make them discard 3 times for all these searches. We will search out a Fenrir, put that into the break zone. Pretty good counter turn from Armando. Doesn't leave us with much in hand, so we could put him into top deck mode if we wanted to use that Unalesca on Anson's side. But we got 3 backups set up, so gives us a much higher chance we can play whatever we want. I see we at least have Arcanist in hand. I don't think there's a monster to recur currently. Okay, we are using the Unalesca effect. Yep, we did have a Tama. I didn't miss see that. And then we'll pitch Physalis for the Arcanist. Yep. So we are forcing Armando into top deck. Did he draw anything playable? We do still have a Rydia in hand, so we can put that down next turn and leave up the Unalesca, so we can keep hitting Armando's hand. No, he just has to pass. Okay. So he's either got something reactive or nothing at all. Ooh, I think this is a Lyra in hand. That summon really fell out of favor, which is funny because it's basically the cheapest removal you can have, but it's also very conditional. Has to be dull and has to be a prime number. Pitching another Tama and a Hecaton Kyre. There's Rydia. Going to search out presumably a spare copy of Unalesca, and then either Mistdragon or Hecaton. Fenrir's not bad either. Fenrir can break either of those 2 backups, and we can recur the Tama. I'm going to pull Tama up really quick, reread this card. I know it has something to do with canceling. Tama cannot attack or block, cannot be chosen by opponent summons or abilities. When a forward you control is chosen by your opponent summons or ability, you put Tama into the break zone and cancel the effect. Okay. And presumably, yep, we're going to use Unalesca. Force our opponent to go down 1. Oh, we did draw an Arc. Okay, so as someone kind of predicted in the chat, we are on Arc Chaos. Surprise, actually, there is no Chaos. It's just Arc. Water just a little closer while we're deciding here what to do. Nice. We are going to play out the Rydia. And we'll pitch a blue worm for it. Get our own summoner summon combination. Probably wouldn't want an Arc here unless we happen to run into Chaos. Of course, there's no forwards for our opponent. How good is Arc Chaos against Ice Earth? I don't know. There's a lot of discard going on already. Like, that might be a hard combination to keep in hand. Granted, any Chaos Arc is great once you get to it, right? So we'll pick Ico for our summoner, and which means we have to get a summon that is not water. And Mistdragon. Not bad. There is some recursion in this Ice Earth deck. Larketius being a huge one. I wonder if we have Scale Toad in here. That'd be a really nice one to start hitting the hand. And I'm assuming we're just going to keep with this hand in mind. We can turn off the Mistdragon, like if we wanted Larketius' turn. Pull 1 card out with the Unalesca. And we did draw Nagmalata, so we could go get a monster. Do we have enough? I think we have enough. So you tap the Arcanist, pitch maybe the Fenrir, go get your monster, and then you tap the Rydia, pitch the Zalira, or no, you pitch the monster, presumably an ice monster, for the Larkishus. And before you do that, if you use the Unalesca, you can pull a card out of Armando's hand and prevent him from responding with the Mist Dragon. He's got Une in hand as well. Here comes Nagmalata. We are going to go search out that monster. Ooh, we've got Neo X Death and right on the bottom. One of those hidden texts don't show to someone else. Neo X Death just sitting on the bottom like, shh, nobody knows I'm here. I wonder if there are any dreams of Turbo Neo X Death in this deck, or it's just he's just kind of there as a, hey, I'm here to mess with you. He's actually pitching Larkishus for the... Oh, okay. He's just playing it out naturally. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I think what he should have done is use the Unalesca to prevent the Mist Dragon counter, and then you can still Larkishus Scale Toad. Because now you're leaving one up. Unless he wants to potentially protect his break zone with Mist Dragon. Wow, and we're going for Mist Dragon anyway. That's... So yeah, we can counter Mist Dragon now. Armando giving up Une for this Mist Dragon. I don't know, like, is there anything in there he really wants to protect? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Anson knows his deck better, whether he wants to protect what's in his break zone. I'm really surprised Armando did that. Unless there's just something in there he really... Again, it wouldn't make sense if he was doing it in response to the Larkishus, right? You essentially just make the Larkishus have no value, but just to lose the Une in hand for just the raw Mist Drag, I don't know. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe he also did it because now that the Unalesca's down, he's not fearing... He knows he'll get to keep whatever card he draws? And that's what Anson's trying to decide. Like, I don't know how much natural recursion he has for what's in there. And the Scale Toad's already out, so don't have to worry about that. Nope, he says, yep, that's fine. Mist Dragon resolves. Draw a single card. And the Unalesca would have been... Because even if like he tries the Mist Dragon in response to you using Unalesca, he has to then discard the card he draws off the Mist Dragon, so he's still with no cards in hand. All right, so now we've got a Sarah, a Kusith, and what's that last card? Sarah's already down. That doesn't do anything. Kusith could get us back that very Une, and then we could replay it. Granted, there's no forward to hit, but even just hitting the Unalesca, turning that off potentially, or even Rydia locking him out of his RCP aren't bad. Getting back Garnet's also very simple and straightforward. Garnet will then just cycle into another summon. Could be the very Kusith you use. I think that's Chaos in his hand. I think I see an 11 in the upper left-hand corner. Obviously, you don't want to spend 7 to put Chaos on an empty field. Does opt for the Kusith. Is he going to get the Une? Oh, he can't. Oh, and now we Mist Dragon in response. Yep. There's a better time to Mist Dragon. The Kusith, I don't think is in the break zone yet, right? Yeah, because it's still technically on the stack being cast. But it will lose everything else. Yeah, so we actually wouldn't have been able to Une anyway, even if we got it with that Chaos kind of locking our hand up. So now we just have Sarah, so now he's just got to ditch one. The Sarah is the obvious choice, right? I mean, there's a good chance he's going to rip the other one out anyway, but yeah, you pick the Sarah and hold on to the Chaos. We draw our own Arcanist. Larkishus, no monsters to pull back, though, currently. And did we draw our own Chaos? What was that? I can't tell what that middle card is. Unileska, yep, we get rid of the chaos. 4. Oh, it's Star Sybil. Haven't seen that in a minute. Yeah. So nope, it's okay. Yeah, so we're tapping 3. Gonna pitch Larkishas for Star Sybil. Go get. I mean, our backup line's full now. Go get what other 11 characters we've gotten here? Presumably Shantoto. Although our backup line's full for the moment, we could always break the Star Sybil. We have any forwards we could grab? Prish. Yes, that's right. Prish is an 11 character. Nice. Prish could warp if she has to. She can also just come in and take out a backup. Don't hate that plan. And yeah, we'll pass with 1 in hand, and Armando's still in top deck mode, hoping he can draw an out of this. Star Sybil, man, what a card. That card used to be around so much. I used to hate it, and you just don't see it that much anymore. Here we go. Says Hecaton. All right, well, there's one way to get rid of Star Sybil. No free play for you, sir. And 1 in hand, so we are past the Scale Toe check. There's an Orphan. Orphan, a good one to play. Cryo, also not bad. I think, unless you really want the Cryo, you probably pitch the Cryo, yeah, for the Orphan. No, he gets rid of Prish. Doesn't value Prish as much. Okay. I guess Cryo does have a higher ceiling than Prish, which makes sense. Oh, man, discard in full force here. We drew anything useful? A 5th backup, even? Armando struggling to get any momentum, which is, of course, hard when you only have 2 cards in your hand every turn. Yeah, Cryo does give us a higher ceiling, so I guess that does make more sense than the Prish. Whereas the Prish is just the initial one-time freeze, and that's it. We do have Toto in hand, but we can't even play it. Not that you necessarily want a Toto, just an Orphan by itself. Can't see what that other card is. Which means we are going to have to feed one of these to that Scale Toad. He's just staring at him like Hypnotoad with hungry eyes. Rabbit. Rabbit. Anson like, come on, man. My Toad's getting hungry. Armando is checking his break zone quite a bit, so I don't know if he's just kind of trying to think of future lines, or he's taking like a deck inventory, or that other non-Toto card is something he could recur. Maybe he's considering the Ico. Okay, he had Cryo, that's why. So Cryo will come in off of all these. We will get back. See, it has to be something he can use this turn, though, because without that, like, what's the point? He's just going to have to discard it. Of course, he could also just be doing it for the sake of, hey, I got a 5th backup, which is, again, very good. Yeah, because there's just no way he's going to get to do anything off of this Kusith. He does cast the Kusith. He gets the Chaos. Orphan is, of course, going to take that card right out of his hand, but he got a 5th backup down, which means now he can play into any 5 or 6 cost. Yep, Orphan makes him discard, and hey, there's a bonus burst. That's what he was hoping for. Gets the Hecaton. We can, of course, just rip this right out with Unileska if we so desire, which presumably we do desire. We do, in fact, desire that. And now you can either hold up this Mist Dragon or play Cryo. That's a hard one. Cryo, like, I don't think there's anything you'll cast this turn, but you can at least then get Cryo online, and you're threatening you can use her for any of the future turns, which he does opt to go for. Cryo will target a summon. Now, however, if it's not you, and he's going to use it, actually, yeah. Just immediately uses his opponent's Hecaton, is going to put him right back down to 4 backups. Gets rid of the Sarah. That leaves only Ico as his only water source. Woo! Ice, Earth, and firm control here. Armando just struggling. He drew a Cuchulain and Meryl Web. Okay, well, he got another backup down. So he'll draw 2 and he has to discard 1. Which, again, between Scale Toad and Orphan, he's not keeping any of these cards in hand. And has he even had a forward on the board this whole game? I don't think he has. He is definitely locked up in the Ice Earth grind currently. Another chaos. I mean, chaos is good when your opponent has forwards on the board, but it's just too expensive. We're pitching the Leviathan. So we pitched. Okay. We're going to blank the crowd draw, which is. Of course, that card's going to go away too. Yep. Go to combat. Say, I'll take that. Orphan will attack. There's another bonus burst. Of course, again, get a card burst. Not nearly as effective when your opponent can go, yeah, I don't think so. Yoink. And I'll just take that right back. Chaos is just crawling his way out of the grave over and over again, and it's not working. We'll pitch the Star Sybil. We could Kryl here, one of our opponent's summons, or we have another Hecaton Kyre in hand. And we just break another 4 costs. And then we just loop this. We'll just loop this every turn. You put down a 4 cost backup, you lose your hand, I had a burst, you get back a card, I take that back, I break the next backup. We just do that to damage 7. Speaking of 4 cost backups, we draw a Cryo, which is unplayable, and what's that other card? Mira? We're on damage 2. Is there a monster? There is a blue worm in there. Okay, Mira we can actually use. For the first time, Armando has something that will let him progress his board a tiny, tiny bit. We can get back Echidna. We can get back the blue worm, hoping our opponent doesn't have Mist Dragon, which he doesn't. But if we have a Mist Dragon in our break zone, we could steal it with the Kryl. Oh man, Anson and he's sitting on top of the castle right now, and poor Armando is just looking up at the tower like, how do I get over this thing? And yeah, we know there's a Mist Dragon in there too, unless it got removed when we weren't looking. But so Kryl can absolutely just counter what we do. But you got to try it, right? I mean, you've got 2 cards in hand that you will not keep to your next turn, so you got to try it. And yeah, he also does have his own Mist Dragon. So even if Armando doesn't have one, he can just use his own Mist Dragon. Good catch there, D-Watch Poppy. Armando really thinking this one through. I mean, you just got to go for it. Because what else can you do? When you get into this top deck lock state, you're never going to have more than 2 cards at the start of your turn. So if he could somehow find a way to get rid of this orphan, then he'd go down to 1 in hand from the Scale Toad. Even if Unalesca rips that out, the burst then could start you with a card in hand, but he's really thinking this one over. I wonder, because I thought he drew Kryl and something that in Mira, right? Which really, I mean, the Kryl obviously doesn't do anything, so the Mira's his only play. Of course, you could always Ico, but so interesting. So we pitch the Kryl for the Mira, get back a kit, hoping we can draw something that we can then use off of our backups, which of course Anson says, yeah, I'm going to need you to remove your break zone from the game. Okay. Thanks a bunch, Armando. Yeah, if you could go ahead and just remove all those cards, I'd be grateful. Did we remove the Mist Dragon we used? Yeah, make sure that's removed after we use it from Kryl. Make sure we pay properly, of course, which I'm pretty sure he paid properly. He tapped 1 with the Nagmalata. But whatever summon Kryl just used, the Mist Dragon does need to be removed. So, Kendall, or if you have access to the judge at the table, if you could go make sure that Mist Dragon gets removed. Maybe again, I can't really see the glare, but it looked like he put it back into his break zone. Everyone seems to forget how Kryl works. Yep, the summon Kryl cast gets removed from the game afterwards. And there's our first non-burst into damage. It is a Sarah. Oh yeah, looks like they just caught him just now. Yep, there we go. Now we got it. Yeah, if you're thinking of a card like Man in Black, right, it just keeps putting it back in the break zone. But yeah, the old Opus 12 Cryo actually removed him at the time. But we got that caught up, so thank you for catching up on that. Appreciate it. Going to pitch, hey, it's a Pururu. I haven't seen this card in a minute. One of the guys at my locals loved playing that card. A Pururu. Pururu will get back Prish. Prish will immediately dull freeze. Oh, no, it shouldn't kill it, right? It just dull freezes it? Oh, we warped it. Okay. I thought we were casting it hard. Yep, warp. There goes Mira. Once again in top deck mode for Armando. And it's called a lock for a reason, right? There's just not really a way out of it. We drew a Mist Dragon. I mean, we can dump our opponent's break zone, which we're going to do. Prevent all the cryo access there. Hopefully draw something playable. A forward, a body, anything. A summon. Something to get something off of Anson's board. Anson's board is just growing and growing and growing. And poor Armando, he can't even get... And there's Arc, yeah. Oh, Une into damage. Do you send in Cryo? Do you just leave it up? You have access to the Hecaton. I mean, to be honest, I don't think it really matters. He's got him so locked down at this point. You also have Physalis. You could just drop that. Dull Freeze, draw a card. Hey, there's a bonus burst. Our third one. Okay, we will get this Orphan off the field, and we can get back nothing, I don't think. Yeah, there's no water forwards in that break zone, so we can bounce Orphan and make him replay it. You probably just Physalis here, right? Yeah, draw, Dull Freeze. Yep. And with 2 potential attackers next turn, this is... I just don't even know what he could possibly draw to get out of this. I see... Is that a Psycom Soldier for some monster hate? I mean, you could take the Scale Toad out, right? Or does it only hit 2 costs? I don't remember. I think he has a cost restriction on what he can hit. It might only be 2. So he can't even beat up the Scale Toad. Oh my goodness. It is 3 or less. Okay, so he can't... Hey, you at least go out and take out the toad that tormented you, right? It won't keep you alive, but... Other than that, I mean, I don't know what the other card is in his hand, but other than that, I think that's all she wrote. I mean, Armando had a good setup this game. He got 3 backups down turn 1. Like, that's what you want, right? You want resources, but the top deck game just was not there for him. Between the dart cards and the extra backups, he could not draw anything usable. There's the Psycom Soldier. Costs 3. Doesn't break the toad. Gonna Dull Freeze that, of course. What does that card do? Psycom Enforcer. And choose a monster of 2 or less opponent. Okay, it is 2 or less. I was right. I was like, wait a minute, I could have swore it was 2 or less. I didn't think it could hit the toad, but someone in chat said. Either way, we have nothing in hand. I mean, a burst could save us, but it's another arc. Yep. And that's all she wrote. GG. Final taunting Leviathan burst, but to be honest, he was just so far behind. Again, like, there's just not... Maybe if he'd been able to get some forwards out that could have removed the Orphan, maybe, but I don't know. I don't know what's fully in his list, but man, Armando just could not draw anything. Anson and just put on that clinic of like, nope. What was it? 5 minutes into the game, 7 minutes, you're in this lockout state. It's like, well, I hope you like this because this is where you're going to be for the next 25 minutes of your life. Oh my goodness. Well, major congratulations to Anson. That went about as cleanly as he could have asked for. Didn't really give him any kind of trouble. And yeah, Armando tried. Like I said, he had that backup start. He curved out, but it all just fell to pieces after that. So best of luck in his next one. And yes, folks, that brings us to our lunch break. We've got about 5 minutes left in the round. And I believe I was told that lunch will go till about 3:15. Kendall, if you're here, you can verify that for me.
Yes, sir. 3:15 to 3:20. Give people that little 5-minute window to get back.
Perfect. So, chat, we're essentially going to go on lunch now. I know I'm going to go take a break, try to go get something tasty, but we've got about an hour, about an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll be back here around 3:15, 3:20, and this is Central Time. So again, that's about an hour and 10, an hour and 15 minutes from now. I'll put it in the chat too. Returning from lunch at 3:15 to 3:20 Central Time. Ta-da. All right, Kendall, we'll go ahead and get yourself something tasty. We will leave the stream up, of course, but yeah, we won't be back for a bit of time. And we will see all. Kendall, anything else we need to say before we take our break here?
Just want to thank everybody for coming out and watching the stream and, participating in the chat and stuff. We appreciate each and every one of you watching.
Absolutely. Enjoy yourself a nice break, and we'll see you with some more Final Fantasy trading card game action. We've still got 3 rounds to go. We got to refuel ourselves first, and we will be back in just a little over an hour. See you then.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, looks like we are coming back from lunch, getting ready for some final fantasy trading card game action. I do not know who these players are. That kind of looks like Emmanuel and Note on the right. Him I'm a bit familiar with. I'm not sure who we have on the left here. Kendall, are you with me, my friend? Nope, still waiting to hear back from him. That's okay. We'll call it as we see it. Is that... I thought that might have been Amethyst for a second. She dipped her face in, but not sure. What are the manuals on? I know on RVA he had been running... Was he doing Leo still? I thought he was still doing kind of like Leo builds, but I don't know if he's moved away from that or not. If that is Amethyst on the left, I would suspect ninjas. I can almost see what they're shuffling on their decks. I do think I see Wall. Yep, there's a Tros, Artemisian. So I'm guessing Leo for Emmanuel, or at least Mono Water, but I think Leo was his preferred choice. Yeah, looks like we might be changing up our stream match. I haven't heard anything about pairings or anything, so maybe they're in the wrong place. I don't know. All right, we've got two new players on stream. That could be Irving Diaz, the American Muscle on the left side. He usually is wearing a sleeveless shirt as well as the American headband. And yeah, I recognize those Animo sleeves. And on the right, we've got someone with I don't know what kind of pattern you'd call that, almost like a fish scale pattern shirt with their keys on their belt. Kendall, are you with me, sir?
Yes, sir. I was here for a minute, but we had to switch up some stuff and everything, and we will get the names up and everything. We have... Is this my table? Where's my paper? 1 second. I mean, because I had it right here. That means Ghoul might have moved it.
That tricksy Ghoul, always moving papers.
Yes, I need it, please, and thank you. I don't know if he has it, but if not, just ask them who's on table 15.
And I'm assuming they're waiting for a round to start. Let me pull up chat on my tablet. Recognize a couple names in the chat. Hello, Chris Adams, and Ready Check Radio, and Kenakuya, and Sleepy Rain Dog. I know all those lovely folks. Hope you all are enjoying a wonderful, wonderful Saturday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're just waiting for time in the round to begin.
Yeah, On was giving his welcome back from lunch. Everyone's sitting down, like, this is what we have left, 3 rounds. All the good stuff.
All good. I hear you, Dissinger. I got some great Dairy Queen for lunch. Oh, I feel so much better now. That ice cream. So it looks like Irving is playing Warrior of Light. I'm pretty sure I saw Reffi and Soul in there, as well as a selfie. Nice handshake between our competitors before we start. And looks like Irving's going to go first. I think he's got a white mage in hand as well. And what do we start with? Do we do the selfie? Do we have a forward? We can recur the Furion. We've also got, looks like the Samurai Crystal backups. Looks like he's got quite a few choices. $5 deal. Dude, I wish. It used to be $5. Now around here it's $8. It's ridiculous. So selfie will let us get back a fire forward. We opt for Soul over Furion. $5 deal was my jam back in the day, but just price keeps going up and up. And we'll let go of Refia and White Mage. I have to pull that one up really quick. I don't 100% remember what that card does. I don't think it does anything on entry before damage 3. White Mage, water backup. Or is that the... So he can bounce a forward opponent controls if he pays 1. I believe that's what it is. Yeah. And looks like we're playing against Category 13. Uh-oh. Could be a quick one. Zaz searching out his son Dodge. There are 7 rounds, correct. So there'll be 2 more rounds after this. This here, 5th round. Matt Smith looks like we got on the right. Wonder if he shares any relation to the Matt Smith that played Doctor Who. And Squall, okay, not your normal 13 card, but hey, it's got haste. We'll put a Samurai back up into damage and send it on back to Irving. Irving probably not too sad to see that card go. He's got more backups already, and he may have to put out somewhat of an aggressive start. This is definitely not as fast as we've seen some 13 decks. But you do have to be a little careful of this Squall, because it can wipe out a lot of cards. Awesome. Okay, so we tap 2, pitched Furion, and a Samurai backup. We're going to get search 2 Warrior of Lights. We can also search out 2, I think it's FFL category forwards, but usually people search for Warrior of Lights. Hey, old Opus 12 Ferris. Ah, man, I love that card. That was the card that got me, I think, did my very first video. And we'll search out the Light Wool all the way from Opus 5. I believe we were told there was 100 at the venue, if I'm not mistaken. I think they'd sold like 130, 136 tickets, but I think we have 100 people who actually showed up. So Ferris can start picking at this board. Of course, we're going to at least take 2 more points of damage, possibly more if Matt has... Nope, just going right in with the Squall. Hit a Crystal Lena. Oh, hit double Crystal Lena. Looking in a mirror. I mean, maybe that's not the worst thing. Irving doesn't have any crystals currently, and he would have just drawn double Lena, which is a bit dead. So maybe he's actually kind of okay to see both of those go. I don't know. Presumably Ferris is coming out. We do also have Susano in hand, although I don't know if we're quite ready to give up a backup. Yep. So Ferris, when any job Warrior of Light forward enters the field, she can either deal 2,000 damage to a forward for every job Warrior Light control, or make the next one you cast 2 cheaper. So Wool will now be 2 cheaper. Wool will enter the field. He'll trigger his own ability. Ferris will trigger again. A 4K ping is not quite enough to do anything yet, so I'm assuming Irving is going to say 2 cost reduction, hoping to hit something relevant. There's a Dusk and Lena. Okay, we can use Dusk and Lena. Lena, again, we don't have the crystals to make work, but Dusk, I think, draws us a card on entry, since if we control another Warrior of Light, which we can play, and we'll shoot for 6,000, so we could ping off the Zaz. Yep, so we did do a cost reduction. He only costs 1. He should. Yep, we'll ping with Ferris. So 6,000 to Zaz, and I believe Dusk will draw us a card as well. Hey, there we go. 2 in hand, so we don't have to worry about Squall doing the old double wave clear that he would do. I mean, Irving's got a good board state now, and if this Ferris stays on the field, basically anything he plays is going to delete what Matt has. I'm assuming Matt is playing 13, giving the Zaz and Dodge, but looks like he just didn't get one of the normal openings you're looking for that deck. No sign of Hope, no sign of Neal, no sign of Lightning even. There goes Aldo and Ramu. Okay, looks like that should be 3 summons. So we're going to go ahead and pop Ferris. Oof. Yeah, she didn't stick around too long, did she? Nice full art Seymour coming down. Seymour. Oh, what a name. Seymour saying that if I have 3 summons in the break zone on entry, I get to break one of your forwards. Now, Squall. Oh my gosh, guys, I can't talk. What's going on? All that ice cream. My mouth's getting all gummed up. Squall can swing in. We could block with the wall to revive something. I think you revive a 3 or less, if I'm not mistaken. We will pitch Ramu and another Squall, Lumina. There's Hope. Okay, now we can start going into the 13 stuff. Matt, hoping it's not too late to begin the 13 train. Is it ever really too late when you're putting on the damage pressure? As again, assuming this Squall is going to come screaming in. I don't know what Irving has in his break zone that he could revive. Well, actually, so like, let's say he swings with Squall and we block with Wool, which would do another 4K to the board, does 8K total to the board, which we're not going to do. We're just going to take the damage. There goes Sasano. I think by the time Wool and Dusk hit the break zone, are they in there together where he can target Dusk? So he could target the very Dusk that died alongside him. He might be able to. Someone in rules, or in the chat, if you know that, let me know for sure. But because his ability wouldn't trigger until he hits the break zone, right? I think he could technically target the Dusk that died alongside him, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So Irving does have Sasano. I don't think this Seymour is at threat for his instant damage. Seymour can dull himself and remove 6 summons from your own break zone to deal your opponent an instant point of damage. I don't think Matt has quite that many summons in there. Susano would, of course, also wipe out your own forwards and prevent your own wall death revival. He's considering Soul. No, plays Famford, actually. Okay, so presumably we're going to sacrifice our own wall. Maybe get back the Soul from the break zone. Or do we have something else we can get? Is Furion a Warrior of Light? Oh, we had Refia in there. Nice. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. So we don't quite have 4 Warriors of Light for the dull reactivation to trigger, but we've got 3. We're close, man. If we could get 1 more. Does Irving have 1 more in there? Okay, now we have it. Yep. So we'll dull 4 Warriors of Light. We choose a forward and we put it on... Is it the top or bottom? I think you get to pick, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, it puts on the bottom. Or it might have been bottom. There's one card out there that lets you pick top or bottom, and I can never remember which one it is and which one's just bottom or top. Go to attack phase. Refia says activate all the Warrior of Light you control. We could have attacked with Dusk if we wanted to, but looks like he's opting not to. Doesn't want to risk giving his opponent potential burst comeback. Also, by leaving the 4 up, we also threaten that, hey, I'm going to remove anything that you put out as well, which is very nice. So Refia is top or bottom, okay. Let's see. We definitely need to get Refia off the field before we commit any forwards, otherwise they're just going to go bye-bye. Top or bottom is Refia, okay. And that can basically be done at instant speed just by dulling 4 Warriors of Light. Ooh, so Matt, man, it's looking rough. Again, this was, if he'd put him all the way to 6, you always got to be careful of 13 sneaking something out, but he, you know, now Irving is being able to build his board up. He does put down, I'm assuming that's the Lunith backup. So now we'll have another Warrior of Light. Nothing to send packing at this point, but we could still activate, although we're not activating 4. So we won't get to draw a card, but hey, we got our backups back. That doesn't feel too bad, does it? Here comes Mr. Soul. And point of damage is soul for Null. I give up my soul for a Null, and we still have 4 Warriors of Light active. Again, still threatening. I'm just going to remove anything you put down. So Matt, he's basically locked out of like the normal 13 play here at this point. He can't just put down a Hope into a Neal, into Lightning. They're going to get removed off the board by the Refia. He has to get this Refia off the field first. How does he do that? I don't know. Bahamut, a little expensive, but it does work. Paying a lot. Yeah, okay, it is Bahamut. Yep. Bahamut. Refia's got to go bye-bye. I don't think anything on field can mess with that. I know the Sarah backup can activate. The White Mage can bounce, I think, an opposing forward. And I think Lunith can, give something 1,000 power and haste, maybe? Yep. So Refia gets removed from the game entirely. And will Matt pass after that, or does he have another follow-up? Not the cheapest play, right? Cost you 5. You're only working with 1 backup here. Yeah, just has to pass after that. Does get Refia off the field, just hoping Irving can't draw another one. Here comes Mr. Soul. No? Almost. Soul was like, we're going to send in Dusk first. Take a point of damage. There's lightning. Oof. Yeah, Irving kind of points like, yep. Happy to see that go. Also may have just been gesturing to Matt. So Matt is down 1 lightning at least. And this is, I'd almost say take your time and build your backups, but some of these 13 decks just don't even run the backups to do that. So that might not even be an option for him. The Refia is gone, so you are a little safer to put out a forward, which he opts to do. Hope, are we going to on the stack Famfrit? Or just Amaterasu? Yep. Says, nope, I don't think so. And with that, that may have just been Irving sealing the win. I know there's still quite a few points of damage, but that's huge. Having to pitch 2 from hand, and Irving can just tap the backups and discard 1 card. Hope essentially read, when he enters the field, break Hope. Your opponent discards a card. So Irving in firm control here. I mean, gosh, with the way he's been able to just kind of keep Matt's board clear, he really doesn't even need to commit much else. But says, I'm going to anyway. Here comes Aegis. Aegis will play Warrior of Light 4 or less for free. Is it Refia? Oh, it's Refia. Ta-da! Just in case he thought that, maybe you were going to do something. Yeah, you're not going to do anything. Goes to combat. Reactivates our Warriors of Light. Can't finish him off this turn, but we are threatening lethal for next turn. We party attack. Soul will make us a crystal. Does Soul let you party with... Oh, Aegis does. I was like, wait, I don't think Soul... That's right. That Aegis has the text that your Warriors of Light can party regardless of element. There goes Null. All the cards that Matt wanted to see on turn 1 and 2, Null, Lightning, Sarah, Null, Lightning, Hope, are just falling into the damage zone. Like, help us, sir, help us. Oh my goodness. And we still have 4 up for the Refia trigger. I mean, he needs his own board wipe, but I'm pretty sure 13 decks don't run that. So unless Matt surprises us all with a Philia or a Susano here, and then pray that Irving doesn't have another Amaterasu. Irving is looking to be in full control of this one. Yeah, just passes. I mean, this is lethal if we don't have anything. And again, 13 tends to not have like a ton of EX bursts that are going to stop you from dying. Maybe you'll draw a card or 2, but... Here we go. Go to combat, I'm assuming. Or is this pre-combat? Looks like. Is this Ferris? Hey, there's Ferris. She should be on board for this. And I believe the Lunith can give her haste. If I'm not mistaken, in case we really needed that final attacker. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do it now. Huh, that's kind of surprising. He certainly didn't need to, of course. He could have just waited. Or do you have to do it in the main phase? Let me see if I can find Lunith really quick. Back up. Choose a job, warrior light. It gains 1,000 power and haste. You can only use this ability during your turn. So he could have waited till it was time for Ferris to attack. Ramu will take out Soul. Here comes. So we took a damage from Refia. That's the second null. Do we got another one? Okay, Odin, nice. So once we've taken a point of damage, this Odin will break any forward of cost 4 or less. So we go ahead and take out that Ferris, so the haste is no longer relevant, but we are still likely going to 6 here. Here comes Aegis. There goes Ixion. Not a whole lot of help. And another hope. Man, look at all those double null, double hope, the lightning. Oh my goodness. Matt has just got to be thinking, where were all of you at the start of this? And despite staving off a defeat that turn, yeah, he's pretty much got nothing. Irving extends the fist bump. We've got a light lightning in hand. If Irving had been closer, if again he was on damage 6, then you do have to be cautious, and there is always that chance that with an Ishtola or whatever else that Matt can just sneak in that last point that he needs, but still having to hit him 3 times just seemed like an impossible task, especially with the Refia just sitting there saying, I will not let you keep a forward on the board. Well done, Irving. Well done. Nice to see Warriors of Light. And Noise and I happy to see those win. And he's rocking some old cards too. Opus 7 Dusk and Opus 12 Ferris. Like, makes me happy to see those cards. So Irving, thank you for running those on there. Maybe we'll get you over here for an interview and I can little JR tribute from Chris Adams. By God, the American Muscle wins it. Stone Cold. Yeah, Matt, rough matchup, but it was also just, yeah. What do you didn't see any of your 13 openers. You saw Zaz, and that was about it. So, not much fun when the deck isn't running the way that you designed it to run. So, hopefully for him, it'll run better in his next matchup. But Irving absolutely crushed it, sir. Well done. Well done. And we'll see if we can't get him for an interview or not. Since we still only took about half the time in the round. Snugsy, how did you get that American-looking GG? That's cool. Is that just like a natural emote? That's awesome. Hope that means Irving is heading this way.
Guys, hello.
Hello.
The muscle has joined the chat.
Excellent. Am I currently speaking to the muscle?
You are currently speaking to the muscle.
Irving Diaz, the American Muscle. You have quite a lot of fans in the chat, sir. You're a hero.
I think they just enjoy that I never play the same deck.
Right? Well, speaking of the deck, as a huge Warrior of Light fan myself, very happy to see that come to the tournament. What made you bring that today?
I think Chris Adams actually said it best in one of his casts a long time ago, and that's once every now and then I stumble on something, and then I'll just kind of start saying, oh wow, this is actually kind of neat, and then I just keep playing through it until I find the build I like with it, and then I start looking at actually how my win percentage is. Obviously, if the win percentage isn't right or you're not winning, you just put it back in the bin. But yeah, I was building it. I I had originally actually looked at Warriors of Light, Fire, Water at the beginning of the set and kind of put it to the back burner,
Yeah.
thinking there was other stuff that was neat. And then as I went further in, after Florida, actually, I was like, well, you know what? Let's revisit some of the stuff I just have sitting here. And there was a lot of cool deck choices that I saw that were different, and then I started seeing different like lines of play that you can do with the deck, and it was really neat. Of like recursion and lowering costs. Like everybody's on the 3 Ferris, and I was like, well, this 4 Ferris lowers the cost of everything I'm playing, so why not?
Yeah. No, and that's one of my favorite cards from Opus 12, and I know a lot of people have kind of forgotten that card and just moved on from it. So now I like the 3 better, but I still love that card, and so it made me really happy when you plopped it down. And yeah, the chains you can do off of it with either the cost reduction or the ping are just so enjoyable. So I don't know if anyone else in chat feels the same way, but for me at least, I'm glad you had that one running.
Yeah, and it's a fun deck. It's got like it's not just linear. It can really just put some damage on people real quick. And a lot of the slower decks don't expect it because you don't expect to have 4 forwards out real quick and 3 of them to have haste and all that. So like people are running the new Warrior of Light, and I went all the way back to the starter deck Warrior of Light actually in the deck, which is
nice.
+2 and the
is that the damage reduction one or
no? It's just +2k to the board. It's a little 2 cost Warrior.
Oh,
of Light.
okay, nice.
And then if you have 3 or more or 4 on the board, then he gives himself haste. So it's kind of like another way to.
Oh yeah, okay.
Out.
Opus 7 fire starter guy.
Yeah, man, we're just having a good time here, and I mean, just trying to make it to day 2.
Well, major respect for that, sir. Let me ask you about Dusk. Did you have any consideration to do the Opus 12 Dusk, or were you always kind of sold on the Opus 7 one?
So I looked at both of them, and even the thing that I didn't like is that I was paying an extra CP for the other one to bring something in. I already have enough stuff that brings stuff in because you're running Soul, you're running Wool, and you're running Lena 3 cost, the crystal one.
The crystal, we saw 2 of those get hit in a row.
Right, and I was like, well, I'm not really worried about crystals right now. Right now, I just need to, in that matchup, I was just looking at, okay, he's gone 2 forwards. I just need to stabilize, so I'll take the damage early, and then I'll go kill his stuff. And then once I got stabilized, as far as he had nothing he could do because he has no forwards, and I'm going to top deck or bottom deck something every single time. But the reason I chose that Dusk is he's just a draw card.
Yeah,
well, Warrior of Light. He literally just says pay 1 because of Ferris, draw a card. How does that ever go bad?
Yeah, absolutely. No, you nailed it. And you said it too. Once you had that Refia set up, he can't do his traditional, I want to do Hope and Vanille into Light. You're going to remove anything you put on there. So
there was a few of the turns where you actually saw where I kept the White Mage up, and I was actually just using it as double defense in case he did have a way. I could bounce something because everybody forgets that the White Mage has the bounce ability.
Yeah.
And then also with Refia, so he actually had to use the Bahamut just to get rid of the Refia early.
Yep, which was huge.
Just in order to be able to play something, because if not, everything's just going on top of the deck.
Yeah. No, it was nice, and I do like the synergy too between. I always kind of forget that Igus gives your Warriors of Light. They can party with any color, and so when you did that, I was like, oh yeah, he's got that element fixing, and then you get the crystals, and then your soul can use it. So you're pretty much in full control.
Yeah. Once I got past those few first turns, then it's just all straight go. I was like, all right, well, we're just making sure that he doesn't have enough to kill me back.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I ask what your record is currently?
I am 4-1. I lost to Ryan Chen on Ice Earth. Most of my rounds have gone pretty fast. I think the first round I went 7-1.
Nice.
Second round 7-1. Third round 7-0. And then fourth round I lost to Chen. And then this last round, obviously, I've seen him.
Very nice. Good use of I was gonna say good use of Famfrit too. By the way, that I've always liked that Famfrit can purposely sack your own light wall, so then you can obviously fish something else out. And
yeah, on that turn, I was actually looking to see how much CPU it was, and what was going to be the board clear. And I was like, okay, I'm clearing out a forward of his plus gaining an extra, and then I'm just going to drop this soul, even though the soul can't do anything. But now I'm going to bottom deck his squall, and then ready everything, draw a card, and then pass turn.
Which is huge. And the wall can get back Refia from the break zone, right? If she's in there? Yeah, because that's how you recruit her.
Correct. So the wall brings back a 3 or less, And so that he gets, so it's actually cool because you can actually do it as defensive or offenses because you're running the crystal version. You can actually block with the wall on return, and then you can bring out the soul. The soul use his little counter to bring out Ferris or something else from your hand.
Mhm.
So there's, like I said, there's a lot of little like neat little tricks you can
Yeah, all those fun little chains. Oh, that's fantastic, man. No, it made me really happy to see him. Well, those are all the questions I could think of. Did you have anyone you wanted to say a shout out to, or anything else you wanted to say for us here on the stream?
You know, just a shout out to all the boys out there that are, you know, if you have an innovative deck, play it, guys. Just have fun. Like this, as before, I miss everybody out here. These guns are for everybody, so just come bring them. These are America's guns. They're just not mine.
You got a lot of patriotic little snippets in the chat, and someone asked too. Do you have permits to have those guns, sir?
You know, we're gonna have to put the Second Amendment on here.
Right.
And you know, we're flexing through this tournament. Hopefully, we're gonna try to make it to day 2, and then hopefully, you know, win it all.
You're doing great so far, and Irving, I genuinely hope to see you and your Warriors of Light here on the stream tomorrow in day 2, just taking names and kicking ass.
You know, I do like these Warriors of Light. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to.
That's fantastic, man. Well, thanks for taking the time to jump on here with me, and a big congrats to you again for your work. And again, hope we get to see you in the Top Cup, buddy.
All right, guys, you guys take it good.
See you, Irving.
Bye.
Thank you, Kendall and Daniel and anyone else who set up the interview. Happy to hear from Irving. I'm glad to hear he's doing so well, 4-1. Warriors of Light, like sometimes it seems like that deck does so well, and then other times it seems like it just really struggles. So that makes me happy to hear that it's doing well today. And even with the old Ferris, I know a lot of folks were like, nah, it's all about the new Ferris. Like the old Ferris is clearly inferior. So if he's having success with it, that warms my little Warrior of Light heart, because I really love seeing that deck. Well, folks, we've got about 4 minutes left until the round officially ends, and then we will jump right into round 6. There's only 2 rounds left for the day, and then we'll be moving on to the Top Cut tomorrow. Of course, we'll try to get standings for you at the end of the day. If I can get word of any standings before then, be happy to share them with you. And we'll take a moment just to give a big thank you to Lone Star Pack Breaks for hosting the event. Always grateful to all these stores for hosting these Final Fantasy Materia Cup tournaments. My buddy Kendall, who is my support guy here and jumps on the mic every once in a while and is kind of doing all the runaround groundwork that I can't be there to do myself. So major thanks to him. And of course to Ghoul 02 for streaming this and letting all of us at home join in and see this wonderful Final Fantasy trading card game action. It's a good time. It's spoiler season, Materia Cup season. Everyone's, lots to be excited about. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a snack, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. We'll be right back shortly with more FFTCG.
Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. We have round 6 pairings posted, and we are sitting people now. On stream, we will have Sam Tuell versus Tyler T Money Ray.
Ooh, all right. Thank you, Kendall. Wonder if we'll get to see more Warriors of Light. I know Sam has favored them in the past. All right, I'd recognize that to go Chinese takeout box anywhere. That's got to be Mr. Sam Tuell over there on the right side of our screen, which means Mr. T Ray should be on the left, unless he's just going to sit in Sam's lap and just both play from the same side. That'd be strange. Be kind of funny to see, though. Now part of me kind of wants to see it. There's Tyler. Ooh, or T Money, excuse me. My mistake.
Specifically requested to be T Money.
I will try to refer to him as such then. He needs like a wrestler's entrance. He needs like a theme song and video package playing behind him. I see an X Death, so we know he's on at least some modicum of lightning. Oh, and I saw Unileska, and Sephiroth, so I'm guessing Ice Lightning for Mr. T Money. Haven't been able to see what Sam is doing yet. He's got it faced away from the stream. Sam, what are you doing? Trying to scope your cards, bud. Did anyone catch that? I said Brud because I was stuck in my head between calling him Bruv and Bud, and it came out as Brud. That sounds like some like old moldy bread. Does anyone want some bread to eat? Fist bumps all around. Fist bumps all around. Ice Lightning for T Money. Mr. Tuell will be on whatever it is. He doesn't like it. He's going for the mulligan. And we've got 50 people in here watching. Hope you are enjoying your Saturday. Thank you for spending it with us. We're almost out of FFTCG action for the day. We've got one more round after this. And then we're going to call it quits until Top Cut tomorrow. Jayhawks. I've been to that. I don't know if I've been to the stadium, but I've been to the campus. Hey, great googly moogly. And 2-cost Milzadane, which Sam is no stranger to, as he has played a Firewind list in the past. I wonder if this is also Firewind or just straight a wind version. We'll pitch Mr. Vice for Unileska. Wind Ice, actually. I see Lock back there. Ooh, boy. So historically, Wind Ice, once it gets set up, is just going to rain all over Ice Lightning's parade. So Tyler might need to be quite aggressive. We put out the Althea, reactivate the Moogle, put out our second Moogle in the form of Mr. Stiltskin. Going to go search for a monster or 4 to cost 1. I'm going to guess Evray is our target. He started with something. There's Evray, yeah. And Evray, my goodness, like this matchup just got that much harder for Tyler because if he does try to attack Sam's resources and goes for like a dull freeze on his backups, Evray's just going to say no, unless, of course, Sam throws it out and we do Zidane, which should have haste now, and is going to steal the Reeve and steal the Ixion. Oof. Both solid steals, and then Sephiroth coming in. Yep. Sephiroth! Bum, ba-da-da-dun. He's like, well, you might have taken 2 cards from me, sir, but Sephiroth is going to just come down and crack. And he's going to get that last card out of Sam's hand as well on the discard on attack. There goes Locke. We hit into it. Oh, but it's a bonus burst. Nice. Pretty good. Usually these Ice Wind lists don't run a lot of bursts, so the fact that he hits the Chocomog right off the bat says, yeah, don't mind if I do. We could get out the Google Moogle, which in turn lets us get anything we want. If we still have Chocolate in there, we could get that. We still don't have any Ice CP. So if there's any Ice Moogle or Chocobo we could get, which unless we're playing Mecha Chocobo, I don't think we will, if that's even a job Chocobo. It looks like he's thinking of the Chocolate. Now, granted, we can rip this out of his hand with the Unalesca if we want, but Tyler then, of course, is going to have to give up something else from his hand, but it doesn't look like he's got another backup in there. So, yeah, maybe that is the thing. Just keep him on low hand size. Yep, so we'll pitch an X-Death. Bye-bye, Moogle. And Sam, can he top deck anything usable? I mean, he's got Althea. Nordstalin ain't bad. Now, the only problem is without using the Althea, we're not going to be able to play down the Uke if we search that out. And Sephiroth will surely rip it out of her hand, but it does get us to four backups. Yep. So that's what we go for. We search out. So if you're willing to sacrifice the Althea and you want the Uke, you could search out the Uke, use Althea to scoop up probably Stiltskin or even Nordstalin at this point, and then you pitch that to the Sephiroth discard trigger. Nope, he says, I'll just let him take a extra copy of Nordstalin. All right. Tyler can, of course, keep putting on the pressure with Sephiroth and the Unalesca. Probably wouldn't mind a little bit of his own board building, too, just so he's got a few more resources. Hey, there we go. Kate Sith says, yeah, let me take a look at that Nordstalin. Yeah, you just go ahead and keep that. Which is the right call. Sephiroth will discard. Oh, my gosh. Bonus burst. Sam, did you swallow a horseshoe before this event? 2 back-to-back Chocomog EX bursts and Icewind, a deck not known for its EX bursts. That's incredible. All right, so now we'll search out. Again, you can do the Moogle. Presumably, we are now going to use Unalesca again to take that out. Yep. Old T-Money's going, nope, sir. I don't think you heard me the first time. I said you will start this turn with no cards in hand. And that is what we're doing. All right, so Sam looking for another top deck. He got a playable one last time. Can he get one this time? No ICP, of course. But again, you always have to, with that Althea, you can, there's Lulu. That'll get us a summon. Going to check our break zone briefly, see what summons we have. We have, what do we not have a summon in there? We might not have a summon in there. Unless, because that's Evray, right? Underneath in the middle pile. I don't think we've got a summon in our break zone. It's actually that Lulu. I mean, it's a body, right? We could use it to potentially block the Sephiroth if we care about that, but there is no summon for us to recur. We hit 2 of them into damage. Those are our summons. I wonder if Sam's wondering, now I almost kind of wish I'd drawn that. And that way this Lulu would do something. I don't know what the other card is he drew. But presumably, if it was something like really strong and playable, he would just smack it down. Ixion is of no use to us here. We could use our opponent's Reeve if we probably don't want to do that, though, right? We lock ourselves out of an ice backup. We presumably have no search targets in our deck for the Reeve. So those are kind of dead polls for us. Are we going on the loot? No, we are going to use the Reeve. Really? Huh. Do we have a Kate Sith or a Vincent in here? Nope. He just gives a free shuffle. Says, well, don't mind if I do. Maybe feeling that, yeah, he's not seeing the cards he wants. Again, you have Althea, so you're not locked out of ice. You can always get another one, but this does also save him cards in hand, right? Sephiroth is, of course, going to pluck out one, which is Alexander. Take a point of damage. It's Mr. Melvin. Mr. Full Art Melvin. And, of course, we can Unaleska on top. No, we're going to X-Death. Oh, my goodness. Do we have enough for full power X-Death? I presume we have at least 10. So that's what we're counting right now. I hope T-Money counted that before he just did it automatic, because you definitely want this to be 20 and make Sam have to get rid of cards. No, he didn't. Okay. Huh. I mean, obviously, character removal from the break zone's never bad, but I almost wonder if it was better to keep Sam in top deck mode, keep hitting him with the Unaleska. Again, if X-Death had triggered where he started removing his board, 100% worth it. But without that, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, it's a big 10k body, but if he gets a Dull Frozen, it won't matter. We do have an Atomos in Sam's hand. That's a forward you're never, or a monster, I should say. We do have Yuke as well, so he could potentially get his ice, but he has to have something else. Lulu. Okay, Lulu does have a target now. We'll get back the Alexander. The Alexander itself can't do anything at the moment, but we are also just holding it in reserve just in case. And it does give us a second cast. Atomos will reactivate too. Asking if he can read the Alexander. Probably there's not a whole lot of 6 costs or higher in Ice Lightning. Also tends not to be a ton of monsters. Maybe a Biblos. So that may essentially be a dead card for Sam. We'll have to see what we can draw. But Sam is also just trying to keep his hand healthy as well. As Sephiroth is going to keep running into it. X-Death as well. Presumably this Lulu is going to block. I would assume. We could even block Althea at back if we really needed to. So first we're going to use Unaleska. Get rid of a copy of X-Death. Yep, says goodbye to that Alexander. Sephiroth. Presuming discard, because his other option is he can break, I think it's a forward of 2 or less, which there is no target for that currently. No, I'm pretty sure Alexander is 6 or higher. I don't think it hits 5s. Someone can correct me on that if that's wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's 6 or higher. If it hits 5s, it could obviously hit something like an Orphan. It's the Uke in hand, so Sam's got to be contemplating, like his only real play here is the Althea, right? You Althea something back and you... Is it 5? I apologize if I made that mistake. Yep, it is 5 or more. Break it. Good call. Very good call. So if he has an Orphan, it could hit Orphan, but takes lock into damage. Here comes Mr. X-Death. Sam thinking again, trying to... I'll have some standings for you after this round, by the way, too. We will block with the Lulu. Scoop it back up. Prevents us from going to 5, and we do have a target for the Lulu. There's an Arcanist. No lightning backups on T-Money's part. So he's also, quote-unquote, struggling. But he's also pretty good control. Okay, here comes a Bokucho. Chocobo's going to reveal the top 3. We get to add a character among them to our hand, which is only Nagmalata. Woo, almost whiffed on that. It is another ice backup, but do we have the ICP to use it? Althea would be good here. We'll get the cast off the Atomos as well. So between Althea and Atomos, we'll get 3 backups up total. And then what can you do off of that, though? Discard showing up pretty big here today on stream. Really forcing people into these top decks, and it hasn't been super favorable for the players on the receiving end of it. Here comes Lulu. Presumably you get back the Chocobo. We could tap all 3 here. We're going to get 2 back. No, decides to go for the discard. Discards a Sura. Okay, we could get a Sura back. So Chocobo, Atomos, Trigger. That's our second cast. We'll get 2 back. Maybe he's going to use Lulu to try to... Yep, so Lulu's going to shrink Sephiroth to 5,000. Ooh, there's Lock. That's a good one. And the Moogle backup's not bad, too. We can lock, but we're going to use our only Ice CP in hand. Do you go for the consistency of getting down that Ice backup? Or do you go for the turn right now with the lock? I mean, the lock helps you from dying, but I don't know. I kind of almost want to see you get down an Ice backup, because then that helps you in the future. Because, yeah, even though the lock is going to get reduced, you still got to pitch someone in hand. He's trying to think. Because lock technically costs 2 right now, but you don't have an Ice backup to tap it. So Althea, yep, that's the right call. Because you're going to have to pay extra for it anyway. And now we're dumping our hand for lock, which will presumably take out both forwards. And make a discard. I don't know if you care about the... I mean, I guess that you could hit the Unalesca if you wanted to. Yeah, maybe you don't care about the Sephiroth, because the lock is big enough to block Sephiroth, so you're saying, hey, if you want to swing into this, I'll happily block. And we'll pass. We could have attacked with the Tomos, but... nothing to do off of the backups, especially with Althea being summoning sick. Yeah, I do get the lock, because again, you want to keep yourself from dying and keeping your hand getting hit, but man, I'm feeling his lack of an Ice backup. I'm sure Sam is too. So X-Death is frozen, Unalesque is frozen. Do we have anything we can do on just 2 backups? I mean, there's Toto, not bad, get back any character, right? So it looks like we opt to get back Vincent. Vincent will put down some of these backups. You got to lock out his lightning CP, right? No, presumably, yeah, you'll just hit Moogle, Althea, and then it doesn't really matter between the other 3. That's a nice board. So Sam, once again in top deck mode, needs to draw something useful here. Otherwise, X-Death and the gang are going to be coming in. Man, imagine if that X-Death was online, and Sam just would have been like having no board state at this point. We drew a Typhon. Okay, never wrong to see that card. We can get something off this board. Probably, I don't know, X-Death's a little scary because you don't want him to replay it. Sephiroth will keep hitting your hand, but as long as lock is there, you can at least block it. He's going to swing in with lock. Interesting. Hit a Vincent into damage. And he's swinging Lulu. Sam, do you have reactivation? Or are you conceding and going for damage tiebreakers? He's probably got reactivation, right? I don't think he would just... So Lulu looks like maybe we blocked with Toto. Which even if we like shrink it with a summon, at most it'll just trade. Oh, are we considering the Ixion? Huh, okay. So it'll cast the Ixion, set its power to 5. So it does still trade though, they both die, but the way is clear for Atomos. I mean, we can block this with Vincent though, right? Or Sephiroth even. Offers to trade Vincent and Atomos, yeah. Wants to keep Sephiroth on there just in case. And now Sam's got to have something. There's no way he just swung out like that without. Here comes Typhon. Typhon will be a forward, and Typhon will say goodbye to... Yeah, Sephiroth is... He said, you don't want any chance where X-Death comes down a second time. So Typhon gives a big achoo! And Sephiroth, for the moment, tucks back into the deck. And that leaves us with an active Althea and 1 card in hand that we don't know what it is. Could block the X-Death next turn too with the Typhon, like block Althea at back if we really want to. Sam double checking to see what has been removed. Does he have a Sura? I thought maybe I saw a Sura in his hand earlier, in which case he's got access to any of his 2-cost characters in the break zone. But again, unless he's willing to blow Althea, he can't use that right now. Again, assuming it's a Sura. He could activate his backups, but then what does that do? He has no cards in hand. Could just reactivate the lock as a blocker. Nope, passes to T-Money. Ooh, we drew Lightning, but we don't have, I don't think we have Lightning CP to play it, or did we draw a Ninja backup? So if we drew the Ninja backup, we could discard the Lightning for the Ninja. Not ideal, but then we are set up on Lightning CP, but then we're also in top deck mode. You have to give up one of those cards to play the other, assuming I saw that correctly. You can also Unaleska, force your opponent to give up the last card in their hand. Are we going to play the Lightning? We are going to play Lightning. Okay. I mean, we can dull the Typhon out of the way here. We can put our opponent to 6 easy. Yep, that's what we're going to do. Attack with Lightning. Dull Typhon. Or unless we're using the discard. Is he attacking or is he using the discard? Uses the discard. Okay. So here comes X-Death. Yep, there's the Althea Typhon bounce. So Sephiroth should be 3 cards down currently. 4 cards, I mean, we protected our hand there. 4 cards in hand. 2 of them are Typhon and Althea. Looks like he drew Lulu. If we can get Lock back to our hands and do the Lock shenanigans, we're in a good spot. Which is, of course, what he's looking for. Reeve just sitting mismatched over there, just like, I'm generating Lightning CP for him, but not doing a whole lot. Going in Typhon, yep. This time, yeah, go for Lightning. That's a continued threat. So now Lightning is 5 deep. Sephiroth should still be 3 cards down. T-Money also still struggling for his other element. No Lightning on his side. No Ice on Sam Tool's side. Here comes Locke. There's El Cid. Okay, so Sephiroth is in draw range now. If we draw a Lightning card and a Sephiroth for turn, we're going to be feeling pretty good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stream went dead there for a second. Hold on. Kendall, if you're there.
Let me figure out why.
It looks like it dropped from the Discord, the computer that was streaming it. Hopefully it's just a matter of just reinstating it into the Discord. Sorry, folks. I can't see it on my end either. I had a computer issue, so working on getting it back now. We'll call something out as soon as I can see it. Someone's like, quick, plug in the laptop. Yeah, that's all right. It's the battery. Yeah, it looked like the user essentially that was streaming it through the Discord just dropped from the channel. You probably won't be able to join the channel directly, but if you get into one of the other chats, I can pull you into it. Yeah-oh. Yeah-oh. Yeah, right. We're gonna come back, and it's gonna be 2 entirely different decks. We're not even gonna know what happened there. I think you can still hear me. I am not there physically at the shop, so unfortunately, I must sit here and be patient. But my boy Kendall is on it.
Yeah, I'm working on getting all the stuff from Ghoul's end.
So just give us a bit.
I know that we're remoted into the PC to stream from.
Yeah, they're doing some remote PC into streaming, so they're trying to get that figured out. So just bear with us for just a little bit as we try to get back online for you. In the meantime, let's imagine what could be happening, right? So Sam didn't have any ice backups, but of course it's Icewind, so it's always this big threat that essentially if he gets stabilized, he could do it. And that X-Death was not online. We would have drawn Sephiroth for turn on T-Money's part, but he would also need a Lightning card to play it, for he too has no Lightning backups. Imagine, if you will, a Final Fantasy match. I can still see the overlay, so we know it's getting close to 21 minutes used in the round. But beyond this, I just have to simply imagine. We come back and like they're gone. There's cards all over the table. And and the players there are like, "Oh my god, guys, it was the craziest set of circumstances to end that match." And we're just like, "No, we missed it." Chronically says he pictures a 6 CP Vaughn being played. That would be a shock, to say the least. Yeah, I love that comment, Curson. And that's it, folks. What a final Top Cut match. Best of 3. That was the craziest match of FF I've ever seen. And anyone who missed this match will surely regret it for all eternity. And yes, Snugsy is correct that accidents happen to everybody. And it's impossible to account for everything. I remember when I did the Chaos Cup out in Fairview Heights that for whatever reason, yes, a similar thing like the Discord user would just randomly drop. And so I had to go shout out to the people, "Hey, put the user back in. We can't see the match." Man, I wish I could at least see it on my end, then I could at least describe it to you all, but I am as blind as you are. So we must be patient. Yeah, that is true. Since Snugsy did try to run a whole tournament that ended up breaking the whole system, so we certainly weren't anticipating that day.
Hello. All right, so I tried reconnecting it on the other end and it wouldn't connect. So Ghoul's in his match and he's going to figure out why the remote PC isn't displaying the stream. But that match is over. Sam Tuell won. What happened?
Oh, did he? Wow.
Yes. So after the stream went down, he played a Sid Hayes into an Asura, bouncing Typhon, playing a Typhon. And then from there, he had a second Asura to activate his forwards, block the attack from T-Money, and then after that he played Rosa into, now I can't remember. Oh, and Asura, his third Asura, because he bounced it back with a Lulu. The Asura got back Ashe, played Ashe, and T-Money conceded.
Oh,
Or,
okay,
just
wow.
said, all right, you win, because it was 7 forwards versus none.
Right, yeah. Yeah, sounds like he was able to get his big pop-off storm turn. Sid Hayes quite good at that as well. All right, so it sounds like Sam did end up taking it. Thank you for that update, Kendall.
And then we can, I guess, go over the standings going into this match while we wait for Ghoul's match to finish.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so let me update everyone with the standings that I've gotten. Give me 1 second. Pull these up. So, where are these? Hold on. Let me open this so I can see it. Yeah, good recap there, buddy. Okay, so at the start of this round, so this was before round 5, or round 6, right? So this was after round 5. So after round 5, in first place you had Kyle Peters, and then second place you had Pat Giles. They both had 5 wins. Third place you had Sam Tuell. Fourth place you had Ryan Chen. Fifth place Christopher Neal. 6, Tyler T-Money Ray. So Sam and Tyler both had 4 wins. 7 was Emmanuel Anote. And then 8th was Kevin Fung, F-U-N-G. 9 was Michael Powell. 10 was Sergio Garcia. 11 was Irving Diaz. 12 was Joseph Goldstein. 13 was Kihi. 14 was Kyle McGinty. 15 is John Lowry. 16 is Benjamin Perot. 17 is Jeff Hawthorne. 18 was Jonathan Kern. 19 was Matt Smith, and 20 was Sean Galloway. So Jonathan, Kern, and Matt Smith had 3 wins, but Jonathan all the way up to Sam, basically everyone but Pat and Kyle all had 4 wins. So there's your top 20. That's what I had so far. So yeah, it will be top 32 tomorrow. Sorry, go ahead, Kendall.
Yes, I was about to say I have 21 is Jason Richardson. 22 is Joel Garcia. 23 is Sydney Lee. 24 is Ricardo Martinez. 25th is Amethyst Rowe. 26th is Zachary Pear. 27 is Anson Q. 28 is Jake Leah. 29 Blake Stone. 30 10 Tran. 31 Chris Wilson, and 32 Justin Jacoby.
Nice. Thank you, sir, for
And
the
those
update.
are all 3 and 2s. And I was going into this round, so I was told I'll have another update after this round, and then one once we're finished.
Most excellent. Most excellent. All right, so those are your standings. Again, that was before this round, so we'll see where people ended up after this one. And we do still have one more round to go, and then once once our streamer is done with his match, then he'll come on over and see if we can't fix it. Did you try turning it off and on? I gotta go
Yes,
with that.
I
old
know,
one.
yes, sir. That literally, I went to the remote PC and even reset it, and it wouldn't work. And even he's like, I showed him, he goes, "All right, give me a second, I'll finish this match."
Yeah. So
I'm
just
like,
sit tight.
"Hey, it says that it won't connect," and he's like, "All right, hold on."
We get to see most of it at least, so at least it didn't cut off like right at the beginning, right when the match was getting started. All right, folks, while we are waiting, I'm going to go run and get some water. Hopefully, we'll get the stream fixed up very quickly for you and we can still see the final round with no issue. But I will be back. Don't go anywhere. All right, just a small update for anyone listening. Looks like we're trying to work on the stream right now. Some of the matches went to turns, however, so took a little longer than expected, but hopefully we'll get it fixed here soon, and then round 7 will be starting shortly. So just hang tight, hoping to get it fixed soon.
So sorry, we have another. Ghoul is done with his match. He had a really intense game that went to turns and ended up pulling it out, and then he's like, all right, give me a second. There we are.
Good there? And it's showing up on stream. Okay, cool.
Oh, what? Did you win that one though?
Yes.
All right, we're back. Good stuff. He knew just what to do.
Well, I wish I had a recording of that.
Where is your?
Is everything all right on your end, Kendall?
There we are. Back to normal. The remote PC froze, so they had to reset like all of it. Like they closed out of everything and then redid it.
Hey, whatever works, we'll take it. All right. Well, since that went to time, I'm assuming it won't be too long before we jump right into round 7.
It should not. That was the last match. So of that round, everybody was waiting on.
Most excellent. Most excellent.
I want to say to all of you in the chat, bearing with us with these technical difficulties.
Thank you for bearing with us. Just got to get through one more round, baby.
All right, the man with the plan set his card down.
Uh-oh. Does that mean it's the man himself
Yes, sir.
with the calling card? First you see the card, and then you see darkness. Dun dun dun.
Him and his stack of 120 of them. That
Yeah, he told me he was bringing a bunch.
Any of the
All right, folks. Tell your husbands, tell your wives. We are ready for round 7 of the Final Fantasy trading card game. The man, the myth, the legend running the stream himself, while also trying to play at the exact same time, Mr. Ghoul 02, Daniel himself. Saw his calling card there on the stream just a moment ago. And yeah, I believe he is 4-2 if I'm not mistaken. So I'm pretty sure this is a win and in for him, possibly for his opponent as well, because I think all 5-2s are guaranteed top cut. I'm not 100% sure on that math, but... And then I recognize these Vaughn sleeves, but I do know those several people also have those. Is this someone we've seen on stream before? Who do we got on the left?
it is Anson Q again.
Okay, so this is Anson again. And he was on Ice Earth, correct?
Yes, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think he was. I think because he was locking out the wasn't Warrior of Light. Who was he going against? He was going against maybe it was a Rydia deck. I think it was like an Earth Water Rydia deck.
Yeah, the Summoner deck, I believe.
Yeah.
Wasn't against Armando, yes. And he had the Scale Toad that did a lot of...
Yes. Yeah, that's right. All right, so I know Ghoul has you should enjoy this match. His deck, but we'll see how it does against Ice Earth. I don't know if he's practiced against a lot of discard. See how he does with this. And this is our final match of the day. So once again, we got to give a big shout out to Lone Star Pack Breakers for hosting the event. Ghoul 02 on stream himself and running the event. Kendall out in person there at the event, keeping us honest. And myself, Rudros, bringing to you some live commentary. Realm Storm. I want to say it's actually more Rydia summon based, but I don't 100% remember. I don't remember if Realm's in there or not. I don't think it is. But we shall see. And this is our final match for the day. I know Ghoul is 4-2, so we'll see if Anson is also 4-2. So again, this could be a win and in for one of these gentlemen here. I think technically maybe like 1-4-3 will make it as well, but that I'm not 100% sure of. And we'll try to get those standings for the final top 32 for tomorrow, of course, once the match ends. All right. Let's end our day of FFTCG. I see Mr. Anson has Arcanist and Nagmalata in his opening hand. That's got to feel good. Plenty of backups to pick from. Except when you say, get out of here, Nagmalata. I'm much more interested in Mr. Arcanist. Also has a Fenrir. Oh, yeah, so Ghoul, it's the Google search casting fun. He does have a Sarah. It's got to be a pretty solid opener, assuming we have some water to pitch for it. Pitch Yuffie. Are we casting the Chocomo? I guess we are. We go get a Moogle. So we will get, this is, I don't remember what class this Moogle is from, but it is a wind backup that can also tap for Earth CP. And then, of course, we'll pitch Lucio to play it. I saw we did have a Sarah in hand, but I'm guessing we didn't have the correct CP to play it. Looks like we have double Scale Toad on Anson's side. I wonder if that's what we drew for turn or if he had one of those in there already. No sign of an Earth backup yet. We'll pitch a Scale Toad for a Scale Toad for Scale Toad. Don't get a backup, but we're happy to get this monster. There's a second Sarah. Okay, now we can do Sarah things. If we have Princess Sarah as well, I see we have Althea. So we could Althea reactivate then drop down the Sarah, then go get the Princess Sarah, play it off of the reactivated Moogle. It's one of our lines. We have an Ochu as well. I'm seeing pitch into Sarah, so I'm assuming the Sarah backup's going to come out. He's really considering it. I wonder what else he's thinking. Yep, and there's Sarah. Go get ourselves a royal. I would assume it's Princess Sarah. So there's another royal that we favor. Nope, we're going to get Althea. Going to get a different princess. Perhaps we don't run Princess Sarah in here. He's shown me this list before, but I don't have it memorized, nor do I have it in front of me, so... we'll actually pitch another copy of Althea. Althea will stand up the Moogle. Presumably we're going to pass. Nope, we're going to put out the Ochu, tap 2. So now we don't have to feed anything to the Toad. And why do that when you can play Mr. Zidane and take a card off the top of our opponent's deck? Spin the wheel. Oh my goodness. We just stole Neo X Death. Oh my goodness. What a steal. And a Mist Dragon. Holy moly. Oh man. I mean... I don't know what okay, bonus. Sorry, I'm so distracted by that. Bonus burst. Do hit a Gabranth, so we can search out a forward of cost. I believe it's 4 or higher for Gabranth. Been a minute since I've seen that card, which of course means we can get Physalis, Orphan. Orphan doesn't have any cards to hit currently, but it's never a bad forward to hit out there. Man, I don't know what Ghoul would have to deal with a Neo X Death. So that was a huge hit because if Anson had drawn that, he might have been able to just drop it. Gabranth, yeah, it could be 5 or higher too. Again, it's been a minute. I know it's either 4 or higher or 5 or higher. I know it's a or higher number. It's not meant to get low cost forwards. Yeah, it is 5 or more. Thank you for confirming. Appreciate that. I haven't seen some of these cards in quite some time and don't have them perfectly memorized. So we do get Physalis. Really good answer, especially when our opponent's hand is empty. We could lock out the Zidane. We could lock out the Althea. Physalis can block. Gosh, we could play Neo X Death next turn. We could legit just discard whatever 2 cards we draw and drop Neo X Death. Oh, that'd be gross. Gross. We do have Hecaton, so we could break the Althea. We could break the Sarah, lock us out of water. We could... Fenrir isn't terrible either. Fenrir lets us hit the Ochu and the Sarah. We could do Fenrir and Hecaton, really hit his board. Maybe that's not awful. I mean, it doesn't help us build our own board state at all, but also would basically prevent him from casting that Neo X Death, which I have to imagine is quite a real threat next turn. You can also just Physalis. Physalis will draw you a card and freeze a character on your opponent's field if you so desire. Yeah, he's got a lot of choices here. We also have a lock backup. Like, everything I've said, of course, is kind of an aggressive choice. You could also be patient. Ditch that for Physalis. The Fenrir might be a good card to hold on in case he plays Neo X Death as well, as Fenrir can deal with that card. Yep, so we'll put down Althea. It looks like we drew Prish. We could warp Prish here. Ooh, don't throw out the Fenrir, though. You might need that for your own Neo X Death. He does it, pitches lock, and Fenrir is going to warp the Prish, deal 8,000 damage to Mr. Zidane. And we're going to pass. Oh, man, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Ghoul isn't even considering it, but if I'm him, I'm like, Neo X Death, deal with this, sucker. What are you going to do? Target it with a dull freeze? By all means. He's clearly considering it. I don't know what he drew. Obviously, if he drew any kind of backups, he can continue to just kind of curve out that way. Plays another Zidane. Okay. Going for the third rip. Zalera. Nice. That's a pretty good steal. So for 1 cost, we can kill any dull prime numbers our opponents has. I don't know what else he had, but damn, I really wanted to see Neo X Death come down. Oh my gosh, we've got a Phasalis bullet in hand. That can blows the day into Kingdom Come and get the last card out of our opponent's hand. Oh, and we're doing it. Not wasting much time with that. Boom. Oh, we had lightning. Ooh, I wonder if he should have played lightning and just get rid of the Physalis there. I mean, I know it costs both cards in hand, but yeah, what is the man? I would have rather seen lightning or Neo X Death, I think. But so Physalis comes in, puts Chocobo into damage. Looks like we re-doll froze the Althea. Why wouldn't Physalis? Oh, you're right. Sorry, Prish isn't actually there. Good call. I see the Prish on there, and I assumed Prish was physically on the field, but you're right. Prish is currently warped, so Physalis would not be removed. That color dye he has actually kind of blends in with Prish's color. So Rydia will come down on our backup line. We will search out Unileska and any summon of our choice. Going to get other Fenrir. Okay, another great card just in case Neo X Death comes down. I'm like so fixated on that Neo X Death, and again, Daniel could not even be thinking of it. Yeah, I did too. I legit forgot that warp counter was still on the Prish. I just assumed it was on the field. We drew Shantoto, a fine card to clear. Well, again, only Physalis is on the board, but we're not going to use it. And already Ice Earth has got you into this pattern. There's no Unileska out, but there is the Toad. So we'll see if Daniel... Okay, he is going to... Yep. So cast Zalira. Goodbye, Physalis. And do we have another play we can follow up with? Prish is going to come in and take out Althea and any forward we put out. No, we just discard Soldier to the Scale Toad and pass. Here comes Prish. Prish will, of course, attack Althea. Oh, and we drew Neo X Death. Do we return the favor? Do we say, yeah, let's see how you like this card? I mean, especially when you don't have cards in hand, how do you deal with that? Good morning, RB Sire. Welcome to the team. You were just in time to see the Void come to town as Neo X Death has arrived. Looks like he did draw a Yuffie. He could play it, but I mean... Okay, so... You either slap out the Yuffie here, swing the Yuffie. If he trades the Neo X Death, okay, that's one card you don't have to worry about. Or you just hold your hand. You're going to have to give something up to the Toad, and then you just hope you can Shantoto on the next turn. It's quite risky, especially against an Ice Earth deck. Yep, so he sacrifices a card to the Toad. He does go for that. And he gets rid of the Ochu to Neo X Death. Could have also played Neo X Death in return, although he's got the smaller board, so his opponent is going to come out ahead of that. I don't think we drew discard, though. I don't think we drew discard on Anson's side, so we might be able to get that Shantoto down for Daniel. As Prish and Neo X Death swing in. Are we going to put down that Nagmalata? No, he actually threw it out. Second Nagmalata. Threw out... Okay, we could get it back this way. Can get back, I believe, any character. So it's got 3 modes. One where you can pay extra to break all the forwards. He's obviously not going to do that. He can remove his opponent's break zone from the game. Or he can get back a character from the Materia entry effect. I don't know how much in the break zone he cares about too much. I mean, I don't hate getting something even... Yeah, Physalis is always a good one. Or, again, Nagmalata to just keep curving out your backups is also fine. Okay, so surely this is just going to be a snap Shantoto turn. Yep, there's the 3. Pitches everything but the Yuffie. Oh, there goes Neo X Death and Prish. Phew, it paid off for Daniel there. Lucky for him, Anson was not able to make him discard anything else on that turn. And thanks for that check on the timer update. Timer is a little behind as we forgot to start it. But Daniel looking in a much better spot. There's Physalis. We still have 1 card in hand, so we'll either get a Dull Freeze or a draw. I'm going to just keep Lady Althea down. We keep our Yuffie in hand, though, which means Yuffie can now start putting in work, and yeah, pretty much Snap goes for it. Says, all right, you want to work with big forwards? Here's a big forward. Yuffie, a great counter to Phasalis. The bullet can obviously hit Phasalis before Yuffie becomes untargetable, but Anson doesn't have that in hand currently. Yuffie's going to go to 10k, hits a point of damage, and it's another bonus burst. Our second Gabranth, which means we go get the Phasalis bullet. Oh no! oh, Yuffie just watched her own. Yuffie staring into the future. She's like, I have seen the future, and I don't like it. It foretells of my defeat. Now, we can't swing the Phasalis in without dying to the Yuffie, but you surely just wait till your opponent's turn. Now, he will have Althea up unless we can get Althea down. So if you have a way to get down Althea and hold the bullet in reserve, you're sitting pretty. So there's the Tama. We can sack it to cancel an auto ability, targeting a character. Fenrir doesn't do much for us here. We have to hold the bullet. Again, he can dodge it with Althea, but that will prevent a Yuffie attack, and it will require us to use our Althea next turn. Daniel double checking to make sure he knows what that Tama does. I think you just pass. Unless there's a monster in your break zone to get back with the Larcacus. But you need the Larcachus too to use the bullet, because the bullet requires 2 ice specifically, and it's the only ice CP he has in his hand. So he's got a hold. Yep, so we got to pass. So pretty much sure we're not going to get rid of this Yuffie, as it will be protected by Althea. But again, we stop the attack. We do burn out the Althea usage. Require our opponent to reset it. Daniel knows he has the Phasalis in hand. So he knows there's no way this Yuffie is getting off an attack. Now, granted, I guess you could always use the Mist Dragon, right? That is another option. That when the Phasalis goes to shoot it, you tap 3, play the Mist Dragon, say Yuffie doesn't receive any damage, and then the bullet essentially just glances off her coat. So assuming we move to combat, does do the Althea. Yeah, I wonder if we should have done the Mist Dragon play there. Unless we're really worried about holding it for our opponent's break zone, but would have been cheaper than the Althea. Although the thing is, too, we would still have to discard a card if we did that. Because I'm pretty sure the way Phasalis reads, like, even if the forward does, you still are required to discard a card. So this does prevent discard in hand, which is nice. So we'll reset the Althea. Get back Lady Toto. Don't want to jam the Yuffie back out unless we haven't gone to attack phase yet, because of course you want to make Yuffie untargetable. No, we just feed the Toad. Feed it a Juicy Sarah and pass. I mean, we're stabilizing. Anson draws 2 upside down orphans. Orphan gonna be another great forward. If we can start hitting that hand. Yeah, now we're putting on the pressure. Which orphan will we play though? Orphan 1 or Orphan 2? I think you can get rid of the small Fenrir, right? I don't think it's gonna do a whole lot at the moment. I say that, and then Ghoul's gonna slap down some multi-element forward, but pitch 1 orphan for another. No, he's holding on to those summons. He really values those, maybe for the monster break. So we'll discard a Lulu. Here comes Phasalis. Presumably we're going to hit Althea. Yeah, hit Althea and damage. Another Rosa. Ooh, double Rosa into damage for Ghoul. Granted, I don't know if he's anywhere close to being able to get a cast rain of casts off. And that's it. We'll pass after that. Of course, Tama cannot attack or block. We have Luso in hand. I'd be amazed if we were anywhere close to a Luso Storm off turn. Can't quite tell what else. We can Yuffie, of course. We should still have Yuffie in hand. And again, barring another Phasalis bullet, I don't think Tama can stop the Yuffie trigger, because I believe it has to be an auto that's targeting something. It could, again, I don't 100% remember how that card reads, but if it's just any auto ability, then yes, Tama can stop the Yuffie. Although currently Yuffie's still bigger than any potential blocker. Ghoul seriously considering this one. He pitches Yuffie, plays Realm. Oh my. We got monsters in here. Gosh, his deck looks awful thin already. 2 in hand, so we'll get Atomos, of course, as one of them. And Evray. Well, we're going to get some backup love here. Let me pull up Tama really quick while he's doing that. Let's see. Well, it says when a forward you control is chosen by your opponent's summoner ability, you can put Tama into the breaks, and when you do, cancel its effect. So it can stop Doom of the Living. It cannot stop Yuffie's natural reactivation, her attack auto ability. So can stop the Doom, won't stop the other one. So we're putting out Luso, but it's only the second cast. So Luso won't draw a card, unfortunately. Maybe we just are trying to get bodies out, or we know that the card might get ripped out of hand. I don't think we've used Evray yet, have we? Or maybe we did. Maybe that's how we... So I had to look away to look up the Tama. All right, we'll pass there. 1 in hand. Don't have to feed the toad. Ooh, White Tigerless Sea Nimbus. One of my favorite legends. Are we going to go right to attack and get that card out of hand? He kind of pointed at the orphan. Okay, yeah, so I'm assuming we went to attack. Althea back Luso. He must really value that card in hand. No, it's another Yuffie. Oh, no. Oh, man. I wonder why he went in for the realm. I mean, the monsters are nice, but we'll dull the Luso out of the way. Luso being the biggest body on the board. Of course, Atomos can become a forward. Here comes Physalis. I mean, you could dull freeze this Atomos right here. Not that you have to. Yeah, probably keep getting the Althea. Not a huge deal. Like, I think the Atomos is better because the Althea, as long as Evray is there, yeah, and he's reconsidering that now. Dull freezing Althea doesn't really do much because of Evray. I think you hit Atomos here. Or you go really next level and you hit Evray for no effect. Nope, still opts to go for Althea. On the stack, yep, scoops up Shantoto. That's kind of the only thing you can do. And then we draw our own Shantoto for the Physalis. Block with the Realm. You know this board's getting Totoed, so you might as well send an Orphan as well. Here's damage. And it's Lightning. Also wouldn't have been a bad one to see there, although Tama could negate it. Whereas nothing's going to stop the Shantoto. Well, normally I would say you just slap down the Tiger in main 2, right? But he's got the Toto in hand. Unless you have a way to get another card out of his hand and prevent him from casting Shantoto, which based on what I can see in his hand, I don't think you do. Yeah, you could Fenrir. You could. That's true. You could tap 3, put out the Tiger, and then pitch 3 from hand to Fenrir. It's incredibly expensive, but it guarantees your opponent cannot Shantoto. And it just ends the game right there, doesn't it? I think he's going for that, or he was considering it there for a moment. I mean, that would just end the game right there because he only has 1 backup. He'd lose the... Well, no, hold on. Yeah, so he would have, what? 4 in hand with the Toto. That wouldn't be... And but Evray can stand the backup that you freeze. So actually, I think he would still have enough, so... Yeah, because of if it weren't for the Evray, he could freeze him out of it, but there's no way to prevent... Yeah, not unless you can get cards out of his hand. There's no way to do it just through at least what I can see in his hand to do it. So in that case, you're just patient, right? Yeah, even if he Shantotos, you're going to lose 3 forwards, but you follow up with White Tiger on the next turn. He's going to have an empty hand because of it. So I think you're just patient. You just pass. Or Star Sybil. You do have, so you could sculpt it into your own. That's the only other thing I think you do here is you either get into your Star Sybil or you just pass. Because Ghoul is essentially forced to Shantoto here. He has to get these. He has to get Physalis and Orphan off the board. That's true. You could, yeah. Real Ninja pointed out in chat. You could Fenrir if you kill the Evray instead, and then you wouldn't be able to do it. But either way, again, I still think he's in a very good spot. As I don't see any other option for Ghoul here other than using Shantoto. No, he says, "Oh, I'll show you what other options there are. Behold my class 4th water Moogle, scrub." Ho, 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 ho. I don't think he would actually call anyone scrub, but it's funny to imagine, especially playing that backup like that's your signature play. Not the class 4th water Moogle. So we can attack with the Atomos to reactivate backups and then pitch for the Toto. We would, of course, be losing the Evray for that, or the Atomos for that. Oh, and we're just saying it can't attack. We pitched the Tiger for the Arcanist. Ugh! So much for that plan. Now he doesn't have Shantoto. Oh, no. Oh, man, that did not go according to plan. Oop. I'm assuming his plan was to attack with Atomos and then get the... And then he'd have 3 backups. He could pitch 2 in hand and put down Shantoto. Man, that, yeah. So, okay, we're going to cast Chocobo on Atomos, which is the second cast, because we played the Moogle, so we'll get 2 backups. Is this enough? We'd have 2 backups plus Atomos. Oh my goodness, and we're just breaking it outright with Fenrir. Says, yeah, that's a nice sentiment, but I really just want this game to end. And I mean, now we're stuck with a single Toto in hand. I get why you did it, Daniel. Like he was going for the setup, right? Hey, this way I'll have 4 backups next turn, and maybe I can start to come back into it. But we're going to Mist Dragon, which does prevent the Dull, which is nice. But yeah, now you can just swing in with. Or no, we did Dull anyway. Oh, because that's right. Whatever he would have drawn would have hit it. Yep. That was that one did not go well. Super casting doesn't work well when when your opponent's hitting your hand constantly. Yeah, someone's pointed out he could have targeted Luso with the Chocobo. I'm guessing the reason he didn't is because he wanted the blocker still. Whereas if he bounces Atomos, assuming it works, he can keep Luso as well. No, because he would have Shantoto'd it anyway, right? So yeah, then if your whole plan was I'm going to Shantoto this, then yeah, you got to pick the Luso. Could have just gone for the straight Toto, of course. Even if he does that though, like if he had just gone right into the Shantoto, basically would have cost him his entire hand. Maybe would have kept 1 card, and then Anson is just free to basically rebuild how he chooses to. So I don't know. I mean, obviously it gives you a chance. And Ghoul gives away a foil signature version of his own card. Says, here you go. Know that you have received a Ghoul. All right. And I know our timer is about 10 minutes behind. So we're actually coming up to near the end of the time round anyway. And folks, that is our 7th round. Congratulations to Anson. I'm assuming that improves him to 5-2, but I 100% didn't know his record beforehand. Ghoul will drop to 4-3, unfortunately for him. Maybe there's hope for him to sneak into the top cut, but I'm not sure. So that is the actual trading card action we have for the day. Stick around. I'm going to try to get you the final standings, let you know who's going to be top 32 for tomorrow before we sign off on the stream. And I'll go ahead and get one more. Thanks to Lone Star Pack Breaks for hosting the store championship, Ghoul for streaming it, my buddy Kendall for being my eyes and ears on the ground there and helping run everything in person. And I'm, of course, your caster, Travis. And let's get those top cut standings, and then we can sign off from Texas for the day and prep for tomorrow's top 32, the 4th Materia Cup of the 2023 Final Fantasy TCG competitive season. Kendall, I don't know if you're still there. Or do we know if we'll be able to get the top 32 for tomorrow? Or
Yes, I believe we will be getting that information. I was just setting up all the other stuff for everyone.
Awesome.
So I was gonna go
Just-
check right now because the round has been over now. Time has been called, so I was gonna go check and see what we are doing, and then be back.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Alright. Stream is still up, I assume?
Yes, we are still running. How's it going, sir?
That's going alright. Not the best way to end the day, but that's fine.
Yeah, as we kind of discussed it a little bit there in our own chat, that was a rough one.
I mean, I looked at my opening hand, I had a Sarah in it, and 4 win cards, and I'm like, probably over half my deck is water cards. I've got an 80% chance of drawing one here. It's probably better than mulliganing, getting no backups or something else, because I'm only on 13 backups or something like that.
I think I said that on the stream. I was like, "There's no way he would have not played that Sarah if he had an option." So yeah, I assumed you just didn't draw into any water.
No water backups or no water cards. Like I would have pitched literally anything. Like the first Warrior of Light usually is discarded to play for the first water backup.
Did we even see Warrior of Light that game? I feel like I never even saw it in
Nope.
your hand.
Never saw Warrior of Light. Which, to be fair, there's only one turn I think I could have even played him.
Yeah, right at the end there.
And then, like, I knew there was pretty much no chance. Even like if I had like just immediately tried to play the Shantoto, it would have cost the entire hand with the line that I had.
I said the
And
same
then
thing. Even if you snapped it or even got the Atomos off, like you're still in top deck mode, and he had decent stuff to reload with. So
Yeah, I'm in top deck mode. He has more backups, and he had 5 cards in hand. Like no matter how efficient my deck is, that's just not going to fly. I really just needed a better open than that. So, which is fine. The deck did very well considering it did not hit the matchup it was designed to beat.
what was that? The Warrior of Light Rydia matchup or?
It was water.
Water.
I thought legitimately 30% of the field was going to be playing mono water, and I hit 0 mono water players.
I think I heard there was 2 like near the top. Do you know of anyone else who was playing it or?
Yeah. I lost round 1 because I hit 13, which is like Yuffie and Lightning are not enough for that. They help. They give you a chance, but like the first that match, I went like I lost the die roll 5 out of my 6 games today, maybe even 6 out of my 7.
Oh jeez.
And so I lost that die roll, and they go Hope Vanille, and I look at my hand, and I have nothing to answer that.
Oof.
So I play Moogle 11, eat 4 damage, and then I have to retrieve a Yuffie, play Yuffie, and then I have Yuffie special online, but I don't want to do it on my turns. Maybe I should have. I don't know. That's like a little bit questionable. I wanted to like try to fade a battle phase and try to give myself some more time.
Yeah.
Like they go to the he goes to the battle phase, and then like okay, I doom here. Now there's one less combat phase, and Yuffie's still protected. Blah 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 blah.
Right.
He drops Fang. So then I'm like, okay, that's fine. I can kill the Fang, block the first attack with Yuffie. Like even if he swings Hope, I'll take 9k Yuffie to live with 10, and I can still Doom a Living Wipe the entire field then. I do that. Phoenix. Lightning comes back, draws a card, does a point of damage. I'm on damage 5, 1 backup, like 2 cards in hand. I'm like, come on.
Yuffie dies, yeah. I mean, I understand your desire though, because if you do Doom of the Living on your turn in a deck like that with hasters, he could just drop Null Lightning and then go in and hit you anyway. So
yeah, and do 6 points of damage. I wanted time. I was just trying to buy time. That's Yuffie's only job. So
yeah, 13's rough. I think you said you played Chris Neal, and we saw him on stream either for the second or third game.
Yeah, I think it was game 2.
they finished their official match and the exhibition match afterwards in like 15 minutes.
Then
quick.
round 2, I get matched with Kelly Thatcher. I'm like, oh cool, I get to play someone that was top 4. That's my punishment for losing, I guess. So, and then from there it was, and he opened just nuts, and then I had to claw my way up from the bottom. My last game against Mohammed, I wish I could have ended the day on it. It was nuts.
What was he on?
He was on kind of just the general rainbow good stuff wall deck.
Gotcha.
And I did something I've never seen anybody do in this game before.
Which is?
I had Althea. I had 3 instances of Althea bouncing, resolving on the stack at one point.
Oh, really? Did it all resolve? Did you get all 3?
One of them I was doing reactively to like protect something from dying, but it was like play a card. I think I played wall, so activated all my backups. Althea target wall. He goes Porum, choose wall. Warrior of Light, choose wall. And I go, okay, wall, choose shoot something. Evray, back the Althea, bounce the Warrior of Light. Then I do Chocomog. Atomos was on field. Atomos then activates the Althea. Fire the Althea again. Bounce something else. I think I bounced. It was nuts.
Yeah, I wish you could have seen it.
But I could have done it again if I wanted to. I had an Azura in hand.
Oh, the Althea. That's the ultimate big brain play. You just get your entire field back to hand off of a single Althea.
I just turned Althea into Valifor.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I kept doing stupid stuff. Like, there was one time I wanted to bounce just lightning back to my hand, but I just bounced Evray to get just a free cast while doing it.
Oh, I gotcha.
Like, that combo was nuts, but you do need some time to set up, and the losses I have, I didn't have time to get there.
Sure.
So, but yeah, now that open combined with, I mean, the Zidane hitting Neo X Death is great because my opponent was only on 2.
Well,
so.
yeah, I thought you might drop that on your next turn. I thought you might just tap your 2 backups, pitch your 2 cards, and be like, all right, deal with this.
I thought about it, and then I also realized that immediately lost me the game if he had a Fenrir.
Yeah, of course. He had one eventually. I don't remember if he had one that early. I'd have to.
He eventually searches one off of Iridia.
Yeah,
I'm like, I can't take that risk. Like, it's not worth it. My deck should be efficient enough to not need it, and if I cast it, it can go to the break zone where it can Kusa at the back.
I hear the Simpsons character in my head. You always say that. I want you to take a risk. No, yeah, who's to say if it would have worked out? Like you said, it's one of those, well, if you've got the punish, I'm done. But if you don't, maybe I can really hurt you.
I figured my deck was better than having to gamble on Neo X Death sticking around with very little protection other than, I guess, the single Mist Dragon that was going to be hard to cast because of a Scale Toad hanging out on field.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, when you ripped Neo X Death and Mist Dragon, I was like, oh my gosh, like 2 great pulls there. Like, this is, again, even if you don't use Neo X Death, keeping him from using it. And then you immediately ran into the Gabranth. So I was like, oop, well, that tempered it a little bit.
Gabranth, go get Salas. I'm like, oh, that's
and then you had the chance at the Yuffie, and again, then you hit the second Gabranth, and to see him search out the bullet was like, oh my goodness, like, well, he's got it now.
That didn't scare me. I had Althea up every time she was vulnerable. She was never getting bulleted.
I was going to say, if you rewatch, during that turn, something you could have done, hindsight now, of course, is if he'd have I don't know if he would have let you attack, but you could have attempted to attack with the Yuffie and then use the Mist Dragon he had to keep it from taking any damage.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, I still am discarding. The discard isn't reliant on the card breaking.
Yeah. Well, and if he didn't let you attack, it's not really worth it because then Yuffie's targetable and he'll just freeze it. So then you might as well just Althea it.
Yeah, so that it was just a weird situation on that front. Then he dropped the Tama, and I'm like, okay, Yuffie doesn't actually clear anything. Which is
Yeah. Yeah. The fact that Tama stops Doom of the Living, I'm assuming, is one of the many reasons it's in there.
Yeah, so it's like, that's not good.
That's no good. Have they announced the top 32 yet, or are they just kind of waiting?
I think
Getting
they're
that
working
together?
on it right now.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it was pretty funny though. Like I said, I built the deck for one thing, and I don't know if you can hear them cheering out
Yeah.
there.
I'm assuming they're calling names out.
Yeah.
Who won? The final match was won by Anson, and we're waiting on top 32 at the moment to see who gets that. Thanks for fixing the stream, by the way.
I wish I got it sooner. That was during the...
Right, of all the matches to go to time, it's of course the one when we needed the stream fix.
Yeah.
We still got 27 people hanging out, waiting for that juicy top cut number.
Yeah, we should get it in just a little bit. So... Man, I got 35th. I didn't think I was that close to the bubble. What the heck?
Oh, wow. Yeah, you were only, 3 away? That's pretty good. Pretty darn good. Maybe the people you faced must have done really well. Because you lost your first 2, right?
Yeah.
So you must have had pretty good breakers.
I guess so, yeah.
Do you have the sheet, or how did you figure that out?
I have the sheet. We're waiting
okay.
on the confirmation that it's okay to release it.
Oh, I gotcha.
So...
We did get to see quite a bit of variety on stream. Saw 2 Soiree decks. That was a little unexpected. I kind of thought people maybe gave up on that one in the recent weeks.
No, I mean, it's also a deck that people just have and are ready to, like, they feel good about playing, so I get it.
It's relatively straightforward, too. Play Soirees, use Soirees. Although I don't think it won either match it played today.
Yeah, I think the ceiling on it's a little bit low. But I mean, there are still games where it's like if you're against wind, you can still go like Edel plus Irwin and just like go beat down immediately.
Yeah. I know the first match he went really aggressive instead of building up his Soirees. He was like, I'm gonna go all in on like Cecil Warrior Light, and he got blown out by a Shantoto, so that hurt him.
Yeah, my damage numbers are terrible. Jeez. I am the only person anywhere near me that took more damage than I dealt. Oh no, actually someone else did. Okay.
I think Kendall said one of the guys from your locals, was it Joseph Goldstein?
Yeah, Joey.
Yeah, we got to see him on stream. He had cool little Texan for his Ice Earth running the Tiger, and he has a Helgigas in there, which was really cool to see against like the Warrior Light stuff.
Yeah. Nope, I've helped him out a lot. He was the first victim of the deck that I played, which is why I was like pretty confident about it against like normal Ice Earth. So yeah, we had, as far as like DFW locals go, we got a couple, looks like, which is not bad. It's always good to see when people do well at home. I'm just waiting on official confirmation to release these things before I do it. I don't want to get in trouble.
You don't want to jump the gun. Don't want to jump that gun. I actually might record my spoiler contest video after this. Get that ready to release since I've already got the microphone set up and everything. See if people can guess it this time. Are you guys running any side events tomorrow at the shop?
Yeah, there should be plenty of side events and stuff. I think we've got like drafts and L3, and I think
Nice.
you can even play constructed if you want to. So we
Any
got options.
any title?
I don't know if we have title or not. We got stuff.
Speaking of title, did you see any Final Fantasy VI in the room? I didn't see any on stream.
I saw a little bit around. I wasn't near the top tables enough to actually know what people were doing because I was
gotcha.
clawing my way up from the bottom.
I'm not 100% sure what you mean by any champions, Dissinger. If you could expound on that a little more. By the way, I do like the camera a lot better too with the zoomed out where you were able to raise it higher.
Yeah.
Nice to be able to see the whole mats. And then the round timer too doesn't get in the way as much since it's pulled back more and you can see everything. Oh, champions format. I know someone developed something like that, but there's no like official Square Enix Hobby Japan run format like that. What's that?
No, the owner of the venue was checking in, making sure everything was going well with stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember what he called it. Did he call it Champions? Maybe he did call it Champions. But yeah, I don't think there's any official version like that. I know like Magic the Gathering has what they call Commander, and I assume it's kind of similar. You have like one big commander you use over and over again. And
yeah, I think the rule was that it had to have a special. Regardless, I do have clearance to release to everybody that's got it.
Awesome. Are we doing a visual or are we just going to do it auditory?
I'm going to have to do it audio because I don't have an easy way of putting this up on stream, unfortunately.
All right, folks, we have got your top 32, which you will see tomorrow. Ghoul, take it away, sir.
All right, so we got Kyle Peters with the record of, I guess, I'll kind of mark when people have different scores. So the undefeated was Kyle Peters. For our X1s, we had Ryan Shen, Sam Tuell, Kyle McGinty, Emmanuel Onate, Christopher Neal, Pat Giles, Irving Diaz, Tyler Rea, Christopher Neal was the first of the X2s. Matt Smith, John Lowry, Joel Garcia, Benjamin Parrott, Tin Tran, Jonathan Kern, Anson Quach, Kyle Donovan, Sergio Garcia, James Doolittle, Jeff Hawthorne, Sydney Ng, and Patrick Panatoni. And then we have some number of X3s that got through. Just the way it works out. Michael Powell, Ki He, Justin Jacoby, Kevin Fung, Joseph Goldstein, Sean Galloway, Ricardo Martinez, Robert Harlow, Jake Lee, and Jesse Sims.
Very nice. Well, congratulations to all those players. And we saw quite a few of them on stream, so I'll be interested to see what they bring tomorrow. Go ahead.
I say that's the goal with trying to make sure we didn't have just table one the whole time. Wanted to make sure we got some good variety on players. And
yeah, no, that was really nice. It was cool to see a bunch of different people. Well, sir, I know it's been a long day for you, and I'm sure you'd like some rest. Is there anything else we want to say, or do we just want to get signed off here?
No, I think it's probably good to cut stream. Thanks for hanging out, everybody, and thanks for everybody who stuck around this long.
And tomorrow, similar start time? Or
should be same start time, yep.
Around 10 a.m. or so?
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. So, folks, once again, thank you to Lone Star Pack Breaks for hosting the tournament in their store. Thank you to Kendall for being my man on the ground, eyes and ears. I hope you've enjoyed commentary by me, and thanks to Ghoul, of course, for running the stream and helping where he could. And we will see you tomorrow for Top 32, starting around 10 a.m. Central Time. It's, of course, 11 a.m. if you're on the East Coast, and as early as 8 a.m. if you're on the Pacific Coast. And don't forget those 9 a.m. Mountain timers. Until then, enjoy your Saturday evening, and we will see you tomorrow for some more Final Fantasy trading card game action. I am Rudros, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.